Heavenly Father, we are grateful today for this opportunity Lord, to delve into the truth of the matter today. Lord, we know that there is but one truth, and it's you. Lord, we know that all truth emanates from you. And Father, if we're looking for man's truth, we're looking in the wrong direction. So Lord, we ask that you would use the Holy Spirit to guide us, Lord, to look at the education that's out there, look at the information, Lord, to use that, Father, through the lens of the Holy Spirit and through the lens of your Holy Scripture, Lord, that we may know your truth in these days and that we would follow it. Father, we ask also for the courage, Lord, to do the right thing in all ways. We ask that you would bless each person in this room, Lord, that they would go out and they would begin to communicate these truths to those around them, Lord, that there would be a people that would continue to rise up in revolution, Lord, for liberty and for justice through the Word of God. In your name we pray. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Now, if you'll join me to the salute to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow, this is a lively crowd this afternoon. A lively crowd this afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. We knew that we would have a packed room. We had a packed room in here not long ago for Dr. McCullough. So we knew when we had Dr. McCullough times, I think, 8 or 9, that we would have lots more folks here. So I want to welcome all of you to an afternoon of truth and actual science. There'll be no fake science from these doctors who just want to save lives. So my name is Joanne Fleming. I'm Executive Director of Grassroots America We the People PAC. We're the largest constitutional conservative citizen action group in the state of Texas that is all volunteer-led. And I've already been approached to take this summit, this Truth Summit, and spread it across Texas. And I can tell you we have plenty of friends who will be happy to do that. And we're going to help the doctors do exactly that. We at Grassroots America are just thrilled to be able to sponsor the event and to partner with the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons to bring you these very fine, brave doctors who are helping us fight medical tyranny. You know, people are frightened, especially for children. And we understand that because for the last year and over a half now, we have taken calls from people who have loved ones who are trapped in hospitals, who are not getting the care that they are asking for. We have gotten people out of hospitals, and I believe that we've saved their lives. And I want to tell you that without State Senator Bob Hall. Come on, Bob. Yes, Bob. There's only God himself knows how many lives Bob Hall has saved. He has and I see people raising their hands in the crowd that are people that Bob saved. And I will tell you this, that Bob has been the singular voice for us in Austin, the People's Republic of Austin. The only one who has spent so much time and effort and resources to get the truth out to people. And Bob, I just want to thank you so much. Yes, Bob, thank you so much. And Kay, his wonderful wife, Kay, thank you for supporting him, Kay. So we just want to thank you today, and I'm going to ask Dr. Sheila Page to come up. Sheila is the past president of the Texas chapter of the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons and president-elect of the National AAPS. Sheila has long warned about the clash between corporate medicine and the individual right of conscience. She has been on the forefront of reminding her profession about the ethical and legal requirement of informed consent. Dr. Page has been fighting medical tyranny before COVID. Thank you, Dr. Page, for being here, and thank you to all of the fantastic doctors. Godspeed to every one of you.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, everybody. I'm so glad to see you guys here, and I'm very excited about the group of doctors we have to speak here today. COVID-19 has pulled the veil off the ugly that was always there in our government, in our medical institutions. It really didn't bring anything out that wasn't already there. You'll be hearing from a group of independent thinking doctors. They do not walk in lockstep, and that's a good thing. We don't want that. Science can always be challenged, and no one can rightfully claim lordship over it. I think I can speak for everyone here that we have certain things in common, all of the doctors especially. We recognize that there's a darkness that's kind of descended over the world, and we're really fighting a global war between good and evil. Everybody senses it, even if they can't put a finger on it. It's unmistakable. Many people have been deceived, and that's a painful thing to have to go through too. You may hear things that you don't agree with, or you may not like what you have to hear from some of the doctors. But they're speaking the truth as they see it and as they have observed, and they have risked a lot to be here to talk to you. I can assure you of one thing for all of us. We are unified on the fact that we will not pass judgment on vaxxed or unvaxxed patients. We treat all with kindness and respect that they deserve. And we are healers. We're going to treat everyone to the best of our ability. And the medical profession is constantly changing as long as we don't have oppressors keeping us from paying attention to the current events, right? So I wanted to just read this really quickly for you. It's a scripture from Proverbs. It's Proverbs 24, 10 through 12. If you falter in the times of trouble, how small is your strength? Rescue those being led away to death. Hold back those staggering towards slaughter. If you say, but we knew nothing about this, does not he who weighs the heart perceive it? Does not he who guards your life know it? Will he not repay each person according to what he has done? I think that reflects the hearts of a lot of the people that have stood up in spite of the threats. So the line in the sand's been drawn, and if we don't stop the medical tyranny now, there's not going to be a future line in the sand. Before I introduce the first speaker that's going to come busting out of the gates with all of his charisma, I wanted to tell you that Dr. Paul Alexander, who was a senior advisor on the HHS COVID task force, he wanted to be here. And he's very passionate about his message that he's been trying to share, and some of you have seen it. And but he had an illness in the family, and he couldn't come. He just couldn't make it work. He wrote an article, and it was published by Brownstone in October, titled, "Dear Pfizer, Leave the Children Alone." And this message is so important to him. I told him, okay, I'm going to try my best to share your message briefly. So it squishes our time just a little bit. That's what but we may have to do away with Q&A later. But I think that this is an urgent message that needs to be shared. So Dr. Alexander made the case for why injecting children with COVID-19 vaccine is absolutely reckless and dangerous, because it is based on a lack of safety data, poor research methodology, and had no scientific basis. And he gives these reasons. First, children are not at a significant risk from COVID-19. Their infection fatality rate is close to zero, and the deaths are extraordinarily rare. Global scientific evidence has accumulated for over a year now, and it shows that children are at very low risk of spreading the disease. Any mass injections on clinical trials on children with such a near zero risk of spread and illness and death is contraindicated, it's unethical, and it's associated with potentially dangerous outcomes. Dr. Alexander further shared some biological and epidemiological arguments showing that children are already essentially fully vaccinated. And what he meant by that, the basis for his statement, is that limited ACE2 receptors are, that are used by the virus are in the nasal passages of the children. They don't have that many receptors for the virus to gain hold into the cell like an adult does. And so that limits their exposure. They have pre-activated antiviral innate immunity in their upper airways. They have T and B cell memory from other coronavirus infections that protects them. They have relatively naive cells that more rapidly respond to a novel virus. And so all of these reasons are a good foundation for the statement that he makes, that children are already fully vaccinated. They don't need this novel vaccine that's come up. And finally, he said that there have been 750 deaths now in children that has been attributed to the vaccine. 350 children died from COVID. So the vaccine's already killing more children than COVID. This is important. And a lot of people are defending vaccinating children under the pretense of protecting the adults. And he said something to this effect, and this is my statement. A society that uses children as a front-line defense to protect the adults is a perversion of nature. It's a perversion of nature, and it's indefensible. Okay, I want to introduce to you the amazing Dr. Ardis. Dr. Ardis is one of those unstoppable heroes born out of painful circumstances. His father-in-law died from the hospital from standard but ill-advised COVID-19 protocol, and he began to speak out. He raised awareness of the corruption that's taken hold of our hospitals. He's relentless and passionate about trying to break down the stronghold of profit-driven corporate interests in our health institutions. For many years, he's been a strong advocate for a balanced approach to patient care and tries to encourage patients to find hope for healing in spite of difficult circumstances. Dr. Ardis.
Where's the gate I was supposed to bust through? Missed the gate. Now, I don't know how this works. Am I just going to click the mouse here for slides? I mean, I don't know. This thing? I'm setting the stage for, Peter and the rest of them. All right. All right. Thank you for having me here. I'm very excited to be here. I don't really like standing behind the podium, so I'll stand over here. I don't know if any of you have ever talked about the same thing every day for a year and a half, but you think it would get old? You think you'd get tired of it? There are so many lies and deception being told to you right now throughout this entire world that I constantly want to go to. Like, I want to go to the new ones and go talk about those. And then there's these people that continue to text me out of nowhere. And I just have to say there's a phenomenal group of medical professionals in this room that are a part of this summit that have been a huge encouragement to me. the encouragement is keep telling the same story. It's too important. And then there's like this peaceful, loving, gentle giant over here named Peter McCullough, who at like 5:45 in the morning will text me and go, keep your computer hot. Don't stop. Keep going. This is too important. Don't quit, Dr. Artis. It's too great. And so it just continues to motivate me to keep giving the same message. And the message, why it's so important to him and to so many others, is my constant preaching has been to bring an awareness to everybody that there are protocols that have been established in hospitals to murder, maim, and kill you, to convince you that there is a deadly virus that's more deadly than it really is, so that they can sell you on vaccines. So, I will continue to tell this, Dr. McCullough. I'll tell the story again. All right, so I'm Dr. Artis, my father-in-law. His name's Weldon. Jane's over here on the front row. Wave, Jane. Everybody tell her thank you, because it's the whole reason I'm in the media is because her dad was killed in a hospital in Plano, Texas, early February 2020. So what I learned there was I learned how to get kicked out of a hospital and have security escort me out and then them convince my wife's family to continue to follow the same protocol for the last 6 days that caused acute kidney failure, secondary pulmonary edema that they lied and called pneumonia, and it wasn't. They drowned him to death, just like they're drowning all Americans to death with remdesivir in hospitals and calling it COVID pneumonia, when in fact it is pulmonary edema, and I can prove it. But I learned that from the experience of watching her dad die over a 9-day period being poisoned to death with a drug. Remdesivir does the same thing. It's a poisonous drug, and Anthony Fauci knew it from the beginning. So let's go. Ready? Here we are. So what do we know? This is actually a QR code. I don't know if y'all want this, but you might want to take pictures of this and save it. Because my entire message for almost 2 years now has been, the hospitals are dangerous, don't go there. Early treatment, always better. Got it? That's been my message. However, there are going to be some of you at some point that are going to get sick, a loved one's going to get sick, and you think you need to go to the hospital because you just don't think you're going to be able to make it. So this site has been created. This QR code takes you to the drartisshow.com website. If you set up a username and password and register and sign back in, this new tab appears that's called Resources. I have decided, like Peter McCullough, who decided he was going to be the expert with COVID-19, I decided I was going to be your expert at protecting you from hospitals killing you. So here we go. If you go there, you go to the resources page. The resources page only appears when you actually sign an account. It's all free. When you log in, click the resources page, go to the bottom. There is an advanced medical directive form created by an attorney, Kelly Sorrell, here in Fort Worth, actually. And it's an advanced directive for COVID-19 treatments. If you haven't figured this out yet, the hospitals are being bribed to use COVID-19 protocols. Also, they're being bribed to diagnose you with COVID-19 and use tests to do that. You better tell them what they are allowed to do and not to do before you go in there. And there's what's called a Directive for Physicians form at the bottom of the page and a Medical Power of Attorney form. You better have both of those ready. If you need to pretend like you are right now, forever, as it stands at this moment, you need to pretend that you're pregnant and it's the 3rd trimester and you need a travel bag ready to go with you to the hospital when your water breaks. You better print these 2 forms now, get them signed, initialed, notarized, and have them with you in a little folder so that if you ever feel like you need to go to the hospital, you tell them what they are allowed and not allowed to do. Kelly Sorrell, I hadn't even talked to her, but when I had her come on my show, when I saw her forms, the very first thing says, I don't care if you presume I have COVID-19. I don't care if you test me positive for COVID-19. I do not consent to remdesivir treatment or venting me. The 4th one is, I don't care if you admit me to this hospital, and I don't care if you send me to a psychiatric facility. I never consent to the COVID-19 vaccine. And you have to know there are hospitals around this country that have in the intake forms that by signing the admissions form, you consent to getting the COVID-19 shot, and you didn't even read it. So you better be ready. They're trying all costs to get you these shots, and they will lie, deceive all of you. So just make sure you have the resource. That's all it's there for. If you just go there, sign in, it's all free. Just go get the forms. I'm here to save you. May 2020, Anthony Fauci said that there was a study done, May 2020, there was a study done the year before on Ebola virus in Africa. And there was 4 experimental drugs, and of those 4 experimental drugs, remdesivir which Ryan Cole just told me a minute ago. He came up with a new name for remdesivir in case you can't pronounce it. He said, "Run, death is near." I'll give him credit for that. So Anthony Fauci says there's this drug that was proven safe and effective against the Ebola virus. And I don't think anyone in the country looked at this study he hyperlinked, but me. I clicked it because I'd never heard of that drug. He said it was an antiviral drug that was experimental and is going to be the only drug that we use for all American hospitalized patients. And then he asked the federal government to buy up all this experimental drug and don't give it to another country until the end of 2020. Don't export it. You ever wonder why it is that at the end of 2020, America had 25% of all the COVID-19 deaths in the world, and we only have less than 5% of the whole world's population? But this deadly virus went around the whole world. Anthony Fauci and the American hospitals were only doing one thing that no other country in the world was doing, pumping you full of a drug that was proven in this study. The Ebola trial in Africa, it was proven to be the most deadly. This is a quote from inside the study. The safety board found halfway through the study, remdesivir killed over 53% of all people they gave the drug to. So they took them off the drug and didn't allow another Ebola patient to get this drug. Amazing. Here you go right here. Table 2 from that chart, or from that research study. Remdesivir is the second column from the left. ZMapp is the first one. And I've said this over the last 6 months now. The Ebola trial is so significant. It was from November 2018 to December 2019. This was actually the rehearsal dinner for Anthony Fauci's COVID-19 wedding. He funded this whole study. He was the only one that did it. So, and the reason why I say this was his rehearsal dinner, it's the same stuff you're hearing 2 years later from the beginning of this pandemic. Remdesivir, you see listed there. Remdesivir, look right below there, mortality rate, 53.1%. It's the only one that killed over half the people they gave it to. The drug to the left is called ZMapp. It's a triple monoclonal antibody. Have y'all heard about those? It had a death rate, do you see it underneath there? 49.7%. Half the people they gave it to died. Those two drugs were pulled from the study right then. And they said, we're not giving these to anybody else. But 5 months after this research study published in December of 2019, Anthony Fauci said it was proven that remdesivir in this study was found to be safe and effective against the Ebola virus. Now, without you guys being researchers or scientists, how many of you think it is the most successful, safe, and effective drug in this trial? Look at MAB114. It had a mortality rate of 35%. Look at the 1-2 from there, Regeneron. You see REGN? That's Regeneron, the triple monoclonal antibody you're hearing about right now. Why is this stuff still coming up? Anthony Fauci set it up this way. Guess how they actually determined whether or not these people were positive for Ebola? They used this thing called a PCR test. Regeneron had a death rate of 33% of all Ebola patients. This is my problem. May 2020, we knew that since China, New York, California, this new coronavirus is going around the world. At that point, we knew coronavirus was killing less than 1% of all people in the world that got infected with it. But the drugs they were considering to treat that virus, from a research study, the best one had a death rate of 33%. Why would you ever select a drug, in my opinion, from a research study that had a higher mortality than the virus you're trying to treat? Why? Why would you do that? To me, this is pure evil. Remdesivir was the only drug to kill over 50% of all people, and this is the drug he selected that all Americans were going to be treated with. So what did they say? He said there was 2 studies that supported its use. In March of 2020, 2 months before Anthony Fauci's mandate, that's still going on, by the way, he said there was a study done on 53 COVID-19 patients with remdesivir. And it was proven safe and effective there too. Only what I was hearing in May and in April and in March of the new pandemic of 2020, every single medical doctor in the press was saying, we've never seen a respiratory virus do this before. When we start treating it, these viruses go from the lungs and start attacking the kidneys and causing acute kidney failure. So severe, we don't have enough ventilators in New York. We also have a shortage of dialysis machines. Well, what they didn't know is they didn't look at this study. Gilead, the maker of remdesivir, 2 months before Anthony Fauci's mandated protocol of remdesivir, this is what they found. Gilead published this. 23% of the 53 people they gave it to for COVID-19 had serious side effects. The most common were multiple organ failure, septic shock, and acute kidney injury, and hypotension. Another 8%, so this is a total of 31%, by the way, discontinued remdesivir treatment prematurely to the 10-day interval because they were experiencing such severe organ failure, and one of them needed a kidney transplant. The drug chosen was chosen on purpose. Anthony Fauci, and I think the world setting up this agenda, realized that from November of 2019 till May of 2020, they were seeing less than 1% of people die from their bioweapon spike protein they created on a virus. And they had to go into action because they couldn't sell the American public that this virus was deadly to get you to buy into their vaccines. So they put a hospital protocol, figured out how to criminally medically kidnap you, and then poison you with a drug that was proven to be deadly and cause acute kidney failure, pump them full of IVs, water, saturate their abdomen, their heart, and their lungs with water. They will start to drown to death, and then guess what you have to do to them? You have to vent them to force air inside of them. It's the whole setup. Got it? This is what they knew before they set it up. So I'm in the media nonstop talking about how deadly this drug is. And this is going to be Anthony Fauci's genocide, is what I said in May of 2020. A year and a half later, I'm still talking about it. Why? It's still the #1 used drug in America, forced on every American that gets hospitalized for any COVID-19 or any of its variants. So fast forward now to France. France, remember, we were told America's not going to ship out this drug per Anthony Fauci's request to only drug Americans with this drug for 2020. But in September, France says, let's just try it on 5 people and see what happens with COVID-19 in Paris. And this is their study. This is what they found. Remdesivir, they were going to do it for 14 days, okay? Remdesivir was interrupted before the initially planned duration in 4 out of the 5 patients. 2 because of alanine aminotransferase. This is ALT on a blood panel. This means you're going into severe liver toxicity, and they found these individuals had liver failure 3 to 5 times normal range. It was shutting down their liver. They had to take them off the drug. Got it? That's the first thing they saw for 2 of the 5. And then it says 2 had to come off of the drug of the 5 because of renal failure requiring renal replacement. They had to get their kidneys replaced. Transplants. Okay? 2 out of the 5 died. 4 out of the 5 couldn't even make it the full 14 days. Only 1 lived through the whole 14 days and was able to live afterwards. That's what France found out. Do you want to know why France doesn't have as many dead citizens as America does? Do you know we're still winning? Do you know we have these great healthcare practitioners in here, these medical doctors, who took a Hippocratic oath to do no harm and are actually making a stand to stop the criminal harm and murder? This is phenomenal. And even with their efforts, America right now has 793,000 dead treated COVID-19 patients. No other country has 700,000. Only we do. The great United States of America healthcare system. We do. You want to know why? It's remdesivir poisoning. The hospital protocols are deadly. It was never the virus doing this. I just told you America had 25% of all COVID-19 deaths. If this thing was really deadly by the end of the first year, don't you think every country would have had equal amounts of citizens dead from this virus? Yeah, they would have. That would have been normal. This is abnormal, and there's a reason for it. What did the World Health Organization find in April of this year? Somebody decided they were going to look at 4 drugs being used around the world that are being used to treat all citizens in the world for COVID-19. And they wanted to see, when we compare these 4 drugs in the reports to the World Health Organization, we want to know which drugs come up with acute renal failure accompanying the reporting. It's called a reporting odds ratio. So this is what they found, and this is the most important part of this entire statement. It's not the actual stat, it's what they were looking at. So I'm going to read this one sentence. Reporting odds ratio compared the number of acute renal failure, which is acute kidney failure, cases reported with remdesivir with those reported with other drugs prescribed. This is the most important part. They're comparing 3 other drugs being used in comparable situations of COVID-19. That means they all have the virus, and they're all equally sick with COVID-19. Now, if the virus was causing acute kidney failure, No matter what drug you use to treat them, wouldn't you see the same amount of kidney failure? Yes. What did they see? Reporting odds ratio of acute renal failure with remdesivir was 20-fold that of the other 3 drugs, which included hydroxychloroquine, the infamous dangerous hydroxychloroquine that's been FDA approved, safe, and effective for 70 years. Remdesivir, by the way, when it was mandated as the only drug choice in America, never had passed 4 human trials to be successful or effective against any virus, and had never been FDA approved at that point. It was only FDA approved after it killed 350,000 Americans on the date of October 22nd, 2020. And then they started shipping it to other countries. Great. All right, I don't want to go past my time. So, somebody's going to have to keep me on track here. But I just want you to know that right now, the world has seen this. I found this and turned it over to attorneys, Senator Bob Hall will say this. But the NIH, the National Institutes of Health, which Anthony Fauci is one of the directors of one of those departments, there's actually on their website right now, dated July 8th, 2021, you can see the date on there. It lists remdesivir as the first approved or under evaluation drug for treatment of COVID-19. Have y'all seen this chart yet? Everyone should print it at home, take a picture, have this ready to go to the hospital with you. The hospitals will tell you that there's no other drugs besides remdesivir approved to treat COVID-19. This is on the NIH.gov's website, dated July 8th, 2021. First drug on the list, remdesivir. If you look at the adverse events, the column next to it, it actually lists in 2 places acute liver failure. 3 times it lists severe kidney toxicity and failure as side effects of remdesivir. Guess what the second drug on the NIH's website is? Do you see it? At the top left, it's ivermectin. There ain't a hospital in America that's going to tell you ivermectin's an approved drug to treat COVID-19, but it actually tells you the dosage for treating an adult with COVID-19 in hospitals. So print these forms out, take it with those other 2 forms I told you and say, don't lie to me. Ivermectin's on the NIH's website, just as approved or under evaluation as remdesivir is, but it doesn't have any side effects of liver failure or kidney failure associated with it. Oh, and there's 63 studies from 18 countries proving ivermectin stops COVID-19 disease processes in 48 hours or less and stops transmission in 48 hours or less in households with sick people with COVID-19. You know what doesn't do that? No. That's really funny. Everybody's ready for the remdesivir. No. Y'all are all wrong. But do you know what does not stop COVID-19 disease processes in 48 hours and does not stop you from transmitting it? The vaccines. The fact sheets that the FDA has printed for each of the vaccines actually says on them right now, these are not designed to stop you from getting COVID or to stop you from transmitting it to someone else. Yet, what do you hear in the media? We have to vaccinate the whole globe to stop the pandemic. The pandemic is what? Spreading a virus? Well, if it actually is printed that these don't stop you from getting it and it doesn't stop you from transmitting it, why in the world would we use it? Ivermectin does it. It's on the NIH's website. It's brilliant. All right, so also you need to know this. As disgusting as remdesivir is and deadly as it is, CMS.gov, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, it's on their website. This is their actual site. I didn't make this up. This isn't photoshopped. I actually just screenshot it. They actually have a 20% bonus payout they're giving to all hospitals in this country if they'll just pick remdesivir in all Medicare-age patients. Y'all need to print this form, too. Just take pictures. So just so you know, look at the highlighted part. The second bullet, it actually says, if I can read it from here. Yeah, read that first line there. Can you read it? I'll read it to you. NCTAP claims are those that are eligible for the 20% add-on payment under Section 3710 of the so-called CARES Act. Isn't that brilliant? Okay, the second bullet point, take a picture and zoom in. ICD-10 PCS codes for remdesivir are eligible. And then the very first code in the chart is for choosing remdesivir over ivermectin. I just want you to know, Medicare currently pays out $2,400 for every 5-day treatment of remdesivir for all 65 years and older patients, which there's quite a few of you in here. $2,400 for a 5-day treatment. They're adding on a 20% bonus payout, which gives them $3,000 even for every hospital to pick remdesivir. Do you know that the same organization, CMS.gov, that is bribing hospitals to poison 65-year and older people? Do you know that same organization this year so far has paid out 142,000 American Medicare-age patients? They have paid out 142,000 prescriptions for ivermectin at home. Do you know the average cost for a daily dose is $24 that Medicare pays out? On that chart from the NIH, it actually gives you a 5-day treatment protocol for treating COVID-19 with ivermectin. It would cost Medicare $125 to do that protocol. But they're incentivizing and bribing hospitals to use a deadly drug to drive the death numbers of COVID-19, so you'll buy into the idea that there's this dangerous virus out there that your children, students, grandchildren need to get this vaccine. That doesn't stop you from getting COVID. It's not even promoted to stop you from transmitting COVID. It's ridiculous. Ask me how I really feel. I've said nonstop that Anthony Fauci is the greatest serial killer in American history. This is number 2, by the way. Y'all don't know who she is. This is his number 1 accomplice. Chiquita Brooks LeSueur is the actual leader and director of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and I would like to know why she is getting away with buying people to murder you in hospitals. She's buying them off. I thought murder for hire was illegal. You need to ask them. Somebody needs to reach out to this lady, arrest her and Anthony Fauci, and put them away for life. I don't know if you know this. Do you know we've actually pulled the CMS data, Thomas Renz and his whistleblowers? I had them work on this for me. The state of New York. Do you know that in New York, 65-year and older patients in New York, just that state, all 65-year and older patients in the CMS database, of those treated for COVID-19 with 5 full days of remdesivir, do you know what the death rate is for all Medicare-age patients in New York alone? 26.9% of all of them died. But we're going to bribe hospitals around the country to do it on all of them. All right, I know I'm way past time. Did I come through the gate enough? Hold up. So someone offered a prayer at the beginning of this, and I'm going to actually just tell you this. I've interviewed a lot of people and been interviewed by a lot of people that want to touch on the vaccines. And I just have to say something to you. Things have to make logical, common sense to me, and this doesn't. Of all the things and all the concerns I have around the vaccines and children, I have 5 kids. I've never vaccinated any of them. You think it's going to change now? No. All right, hold on. You got to hear this. The FDA on October 26th just extended an emergency use authorization. And in the meeting was asked, what data do we have? Any concerns we have about heart disease in children associated with these shots based on the teenager data we have, the adult data that we have? Do you know what the FDA's response was to that question internally? We all watched it live. We don't have any of that data. We're just going to have to start giving them out and see what happens. Really. Let me just tell you how insane it is to consider vaccinating children for COVID-19. Let me tell you how insane it is to me to consider vaccinating our young military. Can you think of a more fit group, 18 to 32 years on average, who have a 99.997% survival rate with COVID-19? Now you have to get this. I've interviewed a lot of people, national security advisors, all kinds of people. And I'll go, how do you feel about the military getting vaccinated? And they'll go, for a group that's so healthy, 99.997% success rate when they get COVID-19 infection, I'll go like this, no, you need to stop. It's not 99.997. I need you guys to get this. They are talking about 2 years later. A virus has mutated and variated and gone around the world 3 or 4 times. 100% of the children who survived, they are telling you they need to get vaccinated to continue to survive. It's not 99.997%. No, 100% of the military that survived the pandemic with their God-given natural immunity. You think that they need to be vaccinated now. Why? They were healthy enough to survive, 100% of them. There is absolutely zero reason why anyone, especially children, teenagers, or military, should be getting these shots. They didn't need them during the pandemic for the first 2 years. They definitely don't need it now. It's 100% of them. There is currently 128 studies compiled by the great Paul Alexander. And if y'all saw the interview I had with him at the Daystar last week, that was phenomenal. He is a treasure. I really wish he could have been here. It was great to be with him and his family. 128 was the last number I saw he's compiled of natural immunity research studies outperforming COVID-19 vaccinated immunity. 128. I don't know how many you need. I think 3 would be enough. 3 studies. That's enough. We're at 128. What do you need? They all survived. Use your basic logic God gave you. Look at your children, look at your teenagers, look at your military personnel and go, thank God you all survived. You can thank God for that. He's the one that gave it to you. And this is how I'll leave this for you. Trust God and what he created on day 6, which I believe is his greatest creation. And shame on any of you that trust man's creation who's trying to convince you he made it better. I'm Dr. Artis.
That was awesome. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I want to introduce Dr. Brian Cole. Dr. Cole is a pathologist, and he is unique in his profession, I think, because he has not allowed the technical aspect of his profession to distance him from understanding that real patients are depending on the accuracy and timeliness of his diagnostic skills. His brilliant analysis of our current medical crisis has provided a firm scientific foundation for the fight against medical tyranny. His genuinely kind personality is comforting in the face of difficult and emotional topics. He also happens to be a skillful guitar maker. I think that's cool. When he finds time, and right now he probably has none, I'm honored to introduce to you Dr. Ryan Cole. There you go.
Well, thank you. Oh, hey, Brian. I didn't pay him to say that. It's hard to follow Brian, I tell you. That kind of energy. I tell you, I've got to be soft-spoken, gentle, and kind now. I don't know. I'll do what I can. All right, let's talk about some concerns today. I put vaccine in quotes. Why did I put vaccine in quotes? All right, I'm getting feedback here somewhere. Feedback. Yeah, that microphone needs to probably be moved over to the other edge. So anyway, yeah, quote, vaccine. So in order to be a vaccine, it has to provide 12 months of immunity, and it has to actually provide immunity. Unless, of course, you change the definition of what a vaccine is, and nobody would have done that like the CDC in the last couple months, would they? No, I don't think so. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe it's my phone. All right. Some of you have seen me before. I always like to start with general patent. If everybody is thinking alike, then somebody isn't thinking. Mark Twain, the man who does not read has no advantage over the man who cannot read. So what has happened to the medical profession in this last year? I mean, we're in this mass formation, this psychosis, delusion, and somehow the heroes that I get to be on stage with are sharing data with you and information, and it gets labeled misinformation or disinformation. No, it's information, and it's peer-reviewed data, and it's published science. So something else is going on when they don't allow us to share with you life-saving information. And we get canceled, censored, suppressed for some reason. because it's not about a virus anymore. This is about power and control. This is our 1776 moment. The heroes aren't us on stage. The heroes are you, because you're the one coming to your rescue. We're all the Minutemen and Minutewomen in this room. This is how we take our freedom back that they illegally stole from us for a virus that's a nothing burger for most people that we can treat if they would let us use the safest drugs on the planet Earth that we've used for decades. Drop the weapon. That's what they want us to drop. Knowledge. All right, if you get a chance, the 3 points of my talk, if you get nothing out of this, go to the doctorsandscientistsdeclaration.org. That's our purpose. That's our point. Don't vaccinate the children. Don't vaccinate the COVID recover, and let doctors be doctors. All right, one cannot find that for which they do not look. That's what we've been experiencing this year. These are not the droids you're looking for. No, there's no vaccine injury. No, there's nothing we can do for you. You know, that's what you've had the wool pulled over your eyes. Obviously, this is a group that hasn't experienced that. But this is critical. I mean, there's so much data information, but when it's only selectively fed to you, how can you be fully informed? Yeah, you can see the test results here. The vaccine is safe and effective. I think that picture says it all. I can just put the mic down now. Anyway, so here's safe and effective for you. 18,000 deaths reported in the U.S. and U.S. territories. How outraged were we when the Twin Towers fell and the terrorists attacked us? That is 6 Twin Towers worth. And we have this mindset in our society that says, that's acceptable based on the risk. Really? I don't think so. I know other people are going to hit that data more, but I think that's a glimpse. You know, 894,000 adverse events, 1.3 million in Europe, about 35,000 deaths there, 18,000 here, several thousand in Europe. So it's okay to wipe an entire village or town off the map and say, meh. I don't think so. All right, and there's the deaths on the left. Or no, you're right. There we go. I'm face backwards. Is it left? Okay. Left. Anyway, how many deaths in 1 year from these shots compared to the data of all the shots in all the years combined? That's all vaccines combined in the 30 years before that. That's the deaths just this year. Ah, there, we found the culprit microphone. Ah, much better. Ah. I heard a hum in my ear. I was trying to ignore the voices. And so most of those deaths occur in the first couple of days. All right, when an unapproved drug, therapy, or vaccine is new and experimental, all adverse reactions and deaths should be considered to be caused by that agent until proven otherwise. We are currently looking the other way and doing just the opposite. That's a quote by me. So this is the French legal system. Guilty till proven innocent. Okay? So all these adverse reactions, oh, these are not the droids. Oh gosh, no, the vaccine is safe and effective for everybody. No. Why are we not looking? All right. The virus has this special thing on it called a spike protein. That spike protein happens to be the toxin of the virus. Now we're making shots, gene-based shots, and injecting them into individuals, and your body makes what? The spike protein. Interesting. So we're giving a shot that's making your body make the toxin. Does that make sense? No. So it doesn't stay in your muscle like they said. Ogata and colleagues from Harvard showed that it circulates. Bandal and the Journal of Immunology shows that it circulates in exosomes for months. That little spike causes clotting. It causes inflammation. It crosses the blood-brain barrier. Dr. Bruce Patterson showed that it hangs out in your monocytes, your CD16 monocytes, those kind of your little Pac-Man cells that float around, for 15 months in a COVID-infected patient. So this little spike is a persistent bugger, and it's a really damaging bugger too. Plenty of studies, again, just what I mentioned. The brain, the heart, you name it, it goes there. So at the Salk Institute, they did an interesting study, and they just took the spike alone, took the body of the virus off, and said, let's see what it does, just putting the spike alone without the rest of the virus. Well, guess what it does? There you can see all that dark blue. That's lung tissue, that white, nice, open stuff. That's what your air sacs in your lungs should look like. But after the shot, you get this lovely inflammation that's not so good for you. Can you breathe through all that thick goop? Nope. That's what the spike alone does. So we're making a vaccine that makes the spike, putting it in your body, and then telling the COVID recovered and your kids, gosh, you guys just need more spike. Same thing. This is on the one side, you can see the smooth, nice open spaces. On the right, you can see these blown apart mitochondria and vessels. That's the spike alone. Here's the heart. The frames up to the left, all those blue dots, that's inflamed heart muscle. And these young men are generally getting that inflammation after their second shot. Up on the right, it should be nice and pale and pink like that. And on the bottom, see all that pale space on the bottom right? That's scarring. That's what happens after all that inflammation. So how willing are we to scar the hearts of our younger generation, the hearts of our military men and women? It's insane. And yet we roll forward. 18,000 deaths isn't enough. To the brain it goes. Ever heard about brain fog? Wonder what's causing it. Okay, there's a lot of things we don't know. So what about reproduction, fertility? Anybody experience, you don't have to raise your hand, but heard of people experiencing menstrual troubles after the shots and or being around people that have experienced them? Nanoparticles go to the ovary, spike. Ovaries have a lot of ACE2. Interesting. But guess what? We didn't do any biodistribution studies, and we didn't require, our federal agencies didn't require them. We just rolled forward because we thought humans as guinea pigs is a better idea than guinea pigs as guinea pigs. Japan showed that those lipid nanoparticles go to the ovary, and the naysayers will be like, oh, that doesn't mean anything. I'm like, ask all the women what they're experiencing. You tell me. So a lot of ACE2 in those ovaries, a lot of ACE2 on the eggs themselves. You're born as a woman with all the eggs you will ever have. Does this matter? Do we have the answers? Who's doing the studies? Where's the funding, Tony? Yeah, we're just going to keep doing it on the people. And when the FDA releases the data 55 years from now, according to the requests they just got at 500 pages a month for, kajillion years, then we'll know what they did to us in retrospect. Okay, COVID is definitely a clotting disease, so laboratory-wise, check a D-dimer. It's interesting, we're not forming big clots, but those that choose to get the shot or experiencing things after the shot, this is an important blood test we do in the laboratory that can show microclotting. B and T cells post-shot, it's interesting. Yes, you form an antibody. Yes, you may form some memory. They're giving a shot that is for a legacy variant of the virus that is not even existent in humanity. It's extinct. We're on to Delta. So giving the shot is like saying, okay, healthcare worker, flu season's coming up. I want you to get your flu shot. By the way, we have some flu shots in the freezer from 4 or 5 years ago. We're just going to give you that. What would you say? Nonsense. Okay, so we're giving a shot that's making your body react. Sure, you'd form an antibody. Hooray. It means nothing because it's suppressing your ability to make interferon. And this was a big study in a nursing home. It's also suppressing your body's ability to fight off other viruses. Isn't it strange that all these vaccinated kids at these colleges are having big influenza outbreaks now? Because it is suppressing the innate immune system. The Marines of your immune system can't go in and do what they're supposed to do because a couple of signals are turned off. This isn't misinformation or disinformation. We're seeing the fruits of our stupidity now around the world. So it blocks these little receptors, these little pattern receptors, toll-like receptors. And 7 and 8 are important for training your T cells and monocytes to keep other viruses in check. Guess what? After the shots, boom, they're downregulated. And there's this other important one over here called TL3 and 4. Those are responsible for keeping cancer in check. I'm just putting it out there. I know what I'm seeing in a lab under the microscope, and I'm seeing certain things that are concerning. And then we're seeing a waking up, both after the virus, don't get me wrong, spike proteins, spike proteins. Some people that are fatigued, long hauler disease, check your mono panel, check for chronic reactivated mononucleosis. If you had a shot and you have chronic fatigue, check for mono. It's one thing that's getting missed a lot, and I'm seeing it left and right in the lab, and I know exactly why based on the mechanisms. Guess what else? The S2 part of this little spike, it binds to some really important genes, and there's one of them called P53. This is the guardian of the genome. So goes your P53, it's a tumor suppressor gene. Now, isn't it interesting that the spike is binding to a gene that's supposed to suppress tumors? Guess what happens when it binds and gets turned on? Yeah, not good news. And then a new article just a week or two ago shows that if it gets into your T cells, all day long your body is, turning over, changing over, replicating cells. You get little breaks in your DNA. The spike gets into the nucleus of a T cell. Now your T cell DNA can't repair itself. This is part of the reason we're seeing a drop-off in T cell counts in individuals. So this spike is a wonderful bioweapon. Whoever designed it was pretty brilliant if they were trying to do a lot of things to a lot of people. So when does the body stop producing the spike? Well, let's look at there are no studies. We're still trying to figure it out, aren't we? Thanks, Tony, for putting all the funding where we needed it, in your back pocket. Funding run death is near. So the shots are a therapy. Early on, yes, it decreased symptoms and perhaps hospitalization in some people when we had the earlier variants. Not doing so great with Delta because most of these shots, if not all of them, wouldn't even meet criteria to qualify in terms of efficacy percentage. They would have been rejected from the trials. And here we are. And they're telling you that they're just fine. They had to change the definition of immunity. Pretty sneaky, sis. Vaccine, Delta, mandate. Why would you mandate something that does not prevent you from acquiring the virus, does not prevent you from transmitting the virus? The vaccinated are the spreaders. They are carrying equal or higher viral load, does not prevent illness, does not prevent death. So I'm going to mandate something that does nothing just to make you comply? Fascinating. The other problem is if you get a shot before you've had COVID, now your body wants to remember the spike preferentially and remember nothing else. This is called original antigenic sin. So we're giving you a super big bolus of something that's making spike, and now when your body sees the virus, it's like, I see the spike, but it doesn't want to remember the rest of the virus. That's not a good thing immunologically. Now here's another important thing. Who's heard of IgA? You've heard of I'm going to get my IgM, IgG checked, right? People who've had COVID, in your tears, your boogers, your mucus in your throat, your cells there make a special antibody called IgA. It mops up the virus lickety-split, like a duck on a June bug. Boom, it's gone. But guess what? You get a shot. Does the respiratory virus enter your body through a muscle? No, it enters through your nose, mouth, throat, tears. So if you get a natural infection, you get this wonderful protection from this antibody. You get the Tony shot, you don't get this. So why are the vaccinated carrying equal or higher viral loads? It's because they're not forming this critically important antibody for respiratory infections. Where's the vaccine failed? Well, Sweden looked at almost 1 million people and they said, look, several months out, the vaccinated and unvaccinated are both acquiring COVID at the same rate. We're putting aside that special Willy Wonka category of the COVID recovered because this false dichotomy of vaccinated and unvaccinated is horrible. There's that third group, and that third group's the COVID recovered. Leave them alone. But anyway, Sweden went back and looked, and then they found in the over age 50 group, if you'd been vaccinated and got COVID, been vaccinated, you were actually acquiring COVID at a higher rate than the unvaccinated several months out. Israel, Gibraltar's a lovely story. So 100% vaccinated, this little island off the tip of Spain, 100%. They're on their second Delta wave and are near the highest per capita death rate in the world right now. Safe and effective? Just saying. It's a rhetorical question. I don't know. Seychelles, Belgium, 100% of the ICU double vaccinated patients right now. United States, several states. Oh, I love this one. Just Fauci the other week. Well, the vaccines are clearly failing, so everybody needs a booster. Get a boost, get a boost. And I'm like, where is the logic in that? There's no logic in that. Gibraltar's canceling Christmas. Thank you, Spike. Vermont leads the nation in vaccination. 76% of their deaths last month were in the double vaccinated. Safe and effective? Ireland, same thing. Almost all vaccinated. Like 98, 99.5% of adults. Highest rates of any region anywhere in the world. Safe and effective? We talked about that. Now here's interesting point. Employee testing. You hear about this. So Senator Hall, I think this one's important. So they say, okay, you're unvaccinated. You have to test once or twice a week to keep your job. But we know that the vaccinated are carrying equal or higher loads. So this is a federal Title VII violation of separate but equal, scientifically. All right, I would encourage all of you to go to Dr. Alexander's article on Brownstone, 29 studies on the efficacy that raised doubts on the mandates. If you want to do some really good reading, this is really worth your time. You don't vaccinate in the middle of a fast-spreading virus. You select for variants when you do it, and that's exactly, we got the bed we made. We chose to vaccinate in the middle, vaccinate everybody willy-nilly, non-selectively, everything's a hammer, everything's a nail. Wrong approach. Wrong approach, and here we are. It's like loading your gun while you're standing there in the middle of the battlefield with battles whizzing past you. Bad idea. 100% recommend this one. Dr. Geert van den Bosch, he's worked for Gavi, he's worked for Sanofi, he's worked for the biggest vaccine industries in the world. Brilliant mind, brilliant virologist, brilliant vaccinologist. He predicted what we're experiencing now. Spend the hour on thehirewire.com. You may have to watch it once or twice. He gets pretty technical. But you will understand why we do not need to be doing what we're doing with these shots right now. The shots are done. The shots are retired. The shots have failed. The shots are ineffective. The shots are a psychosis. The shots are not the answer. Booster Palooza. Here's a problem. You get a booster. You get to a point called high zone tolerance, where your body eventually goes into immune fatigue and your T cells go into immune fatigue. The reason I can give somebody peanut allergy shots over time is that I eventually desensitize their T cells to say, oh, you know what, I'm just not going to react to that anymore. So what happens if we keep booster going on? What do you think our body is going to say to coronavirus, and what do you think coronavirus is going to say to us? Just a thought. Where's the studies? All right. Do not experiment on our children. We need to protect them. It is all risk, no benefit for the children at this point. All risk, no benefit. Saw this little girl in Maui a couple weeks ago at a rally we were at, and her sign says, "Fear is the real pandemic." So why are we terrifying the children? Moms of the world, you're the mama bears, wake up. Don't project your fear onto the children. Just like Dr. Artis said, the children aren't at risk for this. Stand firm. We never use children as a human shield. It is shameful. Look at all these smart nations on the earth. For under age 30, they're like, you know what? We're just seeing all the damage. And they're actually recognizing it and saying, you know what? We're just not doing this anymore. We're seeing too much damage. They're being honest with prospective data weekly going, you know what? This doesn't make sense anymore. And what are we doing? We're rolling it forward for our 5 to 11-year-olds, and Moderna is starting it on our infants? So in June, when data was going to the FDA and CDC, 42% of children in June had already had COVID. That was before Delta even hit. Now, you all know how much of a wildfire Delta was. Depending on the region you look at, that immunity rate in some regions is 60%, in other regions it's 80%. The kids have had COVID. But because their immune systems are fantastic and much stronger and much quicker than the adults, and like Brian said, they don't have the ACE2 in their nose or the TMPRSS2 before puberty, they don't have the receptors to bind it. They clear it like it's a nothing. And so the kids have had COVID, and now we're pushing a shot to harm their little hearts, harm their little ovaries, harm their little brains, harm their little souls. You know what? Sesame Street has been advertising and propagandizing and trying to help your kiddos know what a noble thing it is for them to be the human shield for their grandma when it's completely unnecessary. Big Bird is fiction. Blood clotting and myocarditis are not fiction. Don't vaccinate the COVID recovered. Many of the kids are, many of you are. It actually messes up your immune response over time. Long immunological lecture I could do on that. It's basic immunology 101. It drives me nuts what we're seeing in our papers and our media and just not acknowledging, again, Dr. Alexander's papers. Again, there's 128 studies on brownstone.org. Great article by Dr. Chiardi, who got laid off from his job because he was COVID recovered, and his university in California decided to lay him off because he wouldn't get the shot that he didn't need, that doesn't work against the virus it wasn't designed for anyway. And then the search of the CDC record shows that there's not one trackable, traceable case of a COVID-recovered person transmitting virus to anybody else. Attorney Aaron Siri. So how about that? So they're treating you like cattle and chattel and telling you what to think and telling you what to do, but this is science. Like Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Risch, to vaccinate the COVID recovered is scientifically incoherent. Early treatments are for both groups. If you've been vaccinated, you get COVID, guess what? Early treatments, some of my colleagues are going to talk about, they still save lives. So treat early, and you can get through it too. Let the doctors be the doctors. We know what medicines work. Don't let the media gaslight you with their lies and their funding. Anybody in here know about the Trusted News Initiative? Raise your hand. Oh, that's not enough people to know about it. You got to look it up. CBC, ABC, Reuters, News India, News out of, I think, European Broadcasting, Washington Post, Google, Twitter, Facebook, Microsoft, Washington Post. They all got together and formed the Trusted News Initiative. And it was originally for election integrity. And now it turned into, what are we going to do about the vaccines? Well, we're going to suppress anybody that talks about them, and we're going to suppress any early treatment. So if this isn't a RICO statute violation, I don't know what is. So if you wonder why you're not hearing these things, just look up the Trusted News Initiative and share it with everybody. And then think, wait, they're getting $7 billion a year of funding from these big pharma companies for advertising. So it's interesting what they're suppressing, isn't it? And what they're pushing forward. So do you want your healthcare system to be Pfizer Permanente? I don't think so. And there's all your agencies giving up your babies to bail. Let's bring back some joy, some love, some kindness, some dialogue, some real science. Let's be awake and not woke. Now this is a teaser. I had to put, my colleague Dr. Urso will be coming up later, and his wife shared this with me. So wherever you are, Richard, that's my friend, the model, who'll be on stage later. Anyway, I'll end there, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Cole. That was amazing. The next speaker is Dr. Ray Page, and he is my knight in shining armor. He's my husband. So he's an oncologist, and he has a genuine love for patient care. I'm telling you the truth. I know this. And it's coupled with an intellectual genius that makes him an accomplished clinician and researcher. And I can tell you what's really rewarding to me, just on a personal note, is when I meet people in the community who make a special effort to tell me how much they love him and how he saved the life of one of their loved ones, their family members, and they just praise him for the good care he gives. So that means a lot to me. So during COVID, he refused to let fear stand between him and his patients. He continued to see patients in person throughout the pandemic and offering comfort and healing in real touch, human touch, to a population that's vulnerable and sometimes very fearful. Dr. Page?
Thank you, Dr. Page. So basically, as introduced, I'm a cancer doctor, and so I'm going to talk a little bit about the impact of COVID and how to manage in the most vulnerable patients there are, and those are the ones that are immunosuppressed and are cancer patients. And so just to give you just a brief summary about me, I've been practicing hematology and oncology for 25 years. I have extensive experience in healthcare policy, and I've written a lot of policy, and particularly cancer-related policy. And I'm osteopathic trained, which basically means that I have a philosophy that if you optimize the function of the body, it'll heal itself if you just give it the opportunity. And I also have a training with a PhD in pharmacology, so I have that level of expertise in just studying drugs and how they work and the mechanisms of action and all those kind of things. I'm actively involved in cancer research, and I've worked with over 80 experimental and investigational cancer drugs. And in the elements of experience that I have with liposomal drug delivery, and I've done vaccine trials for the treatment of cancer patients with cancer vaccines, and I've worked a lot with circulating tumor DNA and proteomics and how that can be utilized for the treatment of cancer. All that kind of overlaps with the same kind of things that we're experiencing with trying to determine good therapies, therapeutics, as well as vaccines for COVID. So in that context, when I'm giving drugs and experimental and investigational therapies that can kill people, I'm hyper vigilant about patient safety and safety on those investigational drugs. And certainly along those lines, that's what raises and piques my antenna about the safety of the therapies that we're offering for COVID. So the first thing I want to emphasize is that COVID, the virus is very dangerous for people immunosuppressed with cancer. And when we just look at the populations, 30% of cancer patients end up having severe disease as compared to 16% in other patients. And we see that the overall mortality for cancer patients is upwards of 23% when they get COVID, as opposed to 2.3% for the general population. And so early on, cancer centers across the United States and even in some other countries created a cancer registry and consortium. And basically what they found is that, if you're a cancer patient and you're generally healthy and you don't have any major comorbidities, if you get the COVID, then you do fine. There's no death or any problems there. But as you start looking at certain risk factors, to where if you're a male sex, if you're over the age of 75, if you have active cancer, your cancer is progressing, or you have a poor performance status, then you can see that the risk of 1 month mortality and death goes up substantially, up to 25%. If you happen to have those characteristics and you come into the ICU and get put on a ventilator, then as a cancer patient with those risks, you run upwards of an 89% chance of actually dying from the disease. So that's significant. It's significant for cancer patients. So I want to emphasize to you also that the cancer centers are the safest place in town. I was asked to join about 15 other doctors nationally with the American Society of Clinical Oncology, and early on we wrote guidelines to achieve cancer care delivery during this pandemic. And so we created a lot of protocols and pathways to make sure that we made the cancer center the safest environment possible for the patients to come. So I want to encourage you that we with cancer centers all across the United States have done everything possible to make it a safe environment for you to see your doctors and carry out your therapy. I think you know this, without a doubt, Our chemo nurses and our ancillary staff, they're the heroes. And these are pictures of my nurses in one of my clinics, and I can tell you that at the time that we were told with erroneous data that there was going to be millions of Americans that were going to die from this, our nurses came up and showed to work every day. And these are nurses that were pregnant, they're intending to get pregnant, they had sick children at home with chronic illnesses, they had their own medical problems and concerns that they were worried about, but they came every day, took care of patients, put their hands on patients, gave them chemotherapy, and they provided hope for our cancer patients. And so those are our heroes. There's a great article that just came out in Scientific American called The COVID Cancer Effect. It's a pretty easy read, but it just shows the impact over the last couple of years of how surgeries and cancer screening and all has been put on hold because as we were initially looking just to protect PPE and try to get protective gear, that was an issue. But we've even had further limitations with surges recently. And studies have shown that just there's significant detrimental effect by not getting your appropriate cancer screening. And even for just breast cancer and colon cancer, there's expected to be an extra 10,000 deaths associated with just not being able to get your appropriate cancer screening. So I just want to encourage you guys to get back online with your routine cancer screening. It's safe, and it's important for you to try to get your cancers found early through mammogram and colonoscopy and those things, because I'd much rather you find your cancer early, get it taken care of and be cured without having more morbid surgery and having to get chemotherapy through me. So get your screening done. I want you to, as you go get your screening, get diagnostic imaging, I want you to understand that vaccines cause false positives in the diagnostic cancer imaging. And so what we found with the initial studies, with the Pfizer study and all, that adenopathy is very common. And oftentimes if you get an injection in the left arm, you'll get a lot of reactive lymphadenopathy, typically on that side of the injection. But we can find that these false positives tests, they can occur in screening, staging, restaging, response evaluation, surveillance, and early on, it potentially put patients at potential detriment because we were getting these changes that we didn't know how to explain or answer. But through guidelines, and it's been studied, it's now recommended that your imaging should be scheduled before your first vaccination, or at least 6 weeks after the final vaccination, whenever possible. But definitely, if you're getting imaging done, you need to let your doctors know at the imaging center that what your vaccination status is, and if you had gotten a recent vaccination or not, because that gives them great intuition when they're looking at lymph nodes, whether these might be reactive to the vaccination or not. So, but again, this can, without knowing that can actually cause detriment and have us go down a rabbit hole chasing things that aren't real. So just to briefly touch on vaccination cancer in cancer patients and the efficacy of that. So in general, in my practice and across the nation, 90% of cancer patients, through the decision shared with their doctors, they're vaccinated, they're fully vaccinated. And most of the cancer patients actually got vaccinated and fully vaccinated early, January, February, March, April. And so there's not as much debate or discussion about, whether or not to get your initial vaccinations, because everybody kind of already has it that are in that high-risk group with cancer and have cancer. But the thing that we've seen that's been discussed is that despite being fully vaccinated, we're seeing immunity wane, and we're seeing people and cancer patients that are getting breakthrough infections. We're seeing it more and more commonly in the most recent months, and those are still resulting in hospitalizations and deaths. And so we'll talk a little bit about what the duration of the immunity is in cancer patients, and just whether there's any role for additional doses or booster vaccinations. And so there's a lot of data out there in cancer, but I'm just giving you a for example. When we look at chronic lymphocytic leukemia, which is a blood cancer, there's 167 patients studied, and only 39% of those developed the antibody response that would be desired after 2 doses of vaccine. When we looked at those CLL patients that were on active treatment, that percentage went down to 17%. Those that were in remission, you got remission rates that were higher, or antibody rates that were higher at 79%. We also see that depending on your therapy that you have, that there's no response in patients that receive anti-CD20 antibodies. And this is drugs like Rituxan, which that's an antibody therapy that we give like water to people with certain hematologic malignancies that are B-cell malignancies. And so we give that a lot. So a lot of folks that are on these immunosuppressive drugs and like Rituxan, we don't see any antibody response at all. And there's precedent to this, because when we looked at this data that in flu, we saw the same thing. We saw that there was a study that showed that with the flu vaccine, that there was a 0% seroconversion rate with the flu patients with the flu vaccine. So the flu vaccine was ineffective in those folks. Yet what was the conclusion of the study? Take your flu vaccine. Okay, go figure. So when we look at post-vaccine antibodies, there's a decay. Dr. Fauci has admitted this himself just in recent days, that we are seeing a decay in the antibody levels and the immunity levels. And for our patients that are immune suppressed, our cancer patients and dialysis patients and post-transplant patients, they're the worst with this. And so when it's modeled, we can see a very predictable fall-off on that antibody rate, but more so clinically, we are seeing people fully vaccinated that are getting breakthroughs, hospitalizations, and death. So let me just talk a little bit about safety. And it's been covered very well with the previous two speakers, but we hear everywhere from everybody, vaccines are safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective, until they're not, okay, because it's not entirely true. And so granted, with my cancer patients that I have, they all have adverse events. So when you have cancer, a lot of bad things happen. You can have blood clots and all kinds of stuff, and all kinds of bad things can happen, and it can be related to your therapy also. So sometimes it's kind of hard to determine a causal relationship on the impact of vaccines, and if the serious adverse events in cancer patients was related to the vaccine, or whether it was related to the cancer, or whether it was related to the therapy. Sometimes those things are hard to sort out. But as a cancer doctor, there's sometimes things that should give you pause, that make you step back and think, well, is this really right? And that's clotting, particularly clotting in unusual locations. People most commonly get clots in their legs, and then it travels to their lungs. But when you start seeing blood clots that are in the splenic artery, and the hepatic artery, and the ovarian artery, and in the veins, and clotting in the cerebral veins and those kind of things, it's like, well, this isn't normal. This is not what you normally see. That should give you pause. You got to think about bleeding also. When people are getting the vaccines and all of a sudden their platelets just disappear because they have an immune reaction going on that destroys their platelets. And as mentioned earlier, you got to think about menstrual bleeding, postmenopausal menstrual bleeding that occurs after vaccination. You got to think about these unusual neurological events, TIAs, strokes, Bell's palsies, exacerbation of neuropathies, cardiovascular events, strokes, heart attacks, aneurysms. I asked Dr. McCullough about this. I've seen a couple of patients that they've had stable abdominal aortic aneurysms for years, and I've been seeing them on routine scans following their cancer, and then all of a sudden they get their booster, and their abdominal aortic aneurysm has exploded to 8.5 centimeters, and now I'm sending them for emergency surgery, and it's like, I'm not sure if there's a causal relationship there, but it's something I've never seen before, and we know that these spike proteins cause vascular injury and inflammation to where I think you can potentially get these kinds of things going on. I've also seen arterial dissections in unusual places, in unusual locations, which I've just never seen before, which raises the question also. We've talked about enlarging lymph nodes that occur, and we wonder about the possibility of cancer accelerations. I've seen a couple of patients with cancers that are kind of immunologically regulated that have kind of exploded. Now, it's hard to tell whether that's related to the vaccine or if it's just, timing, and it just happened. But these things should give you pause. You've seen the red box chart already, but I just want you to realize, on your vaccine card, there's a communication for you to report to the CDC if you have experienced a serious adverse event. But does anybody have a problem with these numbers? I can tell you, conducting clinical trials with cancer research drugs that are experimental, if you saw these kind of reports that are 1/1000th of this, even 1/10,000th of this, the studies with those experimental drugs would be shut down. They would be put on hold and stopped, okay? Yet, what are we doing? We're expanding it into children, okay? One of the other numbers are 25,000 people with permanent disability, So you talk about acute effects that maybe you can get over, but when you have, vaccine events that are causing permanent disability, that's a problem. And this was shown to you also. Do you have a problem with these slides? And so the second slide on the bottom there is that the proximity of death occurs within 48 hours within the majority of these people. And that's a serious problem. That directs more to a causal relationship of something bad going on when you're manufacturing spike protein in your body. And does this give you any problem also? This is the European data that shows over 1.1 million reported adverse event cases with 29,000 deaths. So all these are raised concerns. As a hematologist and oncologist, we see clotting issues, and so we see clinical features that has vaccine-induced immune thrombocytopenia thrombosis. So your platelets drop, and you develop blood clots. So you can bleed and clot at the same time. It's not a good situation. It can be deadly. And even though this is uncommon and rare, it is a diagnosis code that is given as a diagnosis now, and it's a black box warning for the J&J vaccine. So these are serious incidences that occur, and even though it's not common, it's real and significant. And so along those lines, as mentioned previously, there's numerous countries that are cutting back on the use of their vaccinations. And so most recently, Germany and France just suspended the Moderna vaccination for people under 30 because of myocarditis issues and those kind of things. So we have other countries that are taking pause and cutting back and trying to find the best way to use this vaccination. But we have countries that are cutting back on the vaccinations, yet in the United States we're expanding it into our children. So go figure. So the question, whether this can cause cancer or not, Dr. Cole, as a pathologist, has seen a lot of signals in his practice looking at the pathologic features. We know that viruses can cause cancer. The Epstein-Barr, herpes virus, HIV, human papillomavirus, and we even have some vaccines that can potentially mitigate some of that. But there's potential laboratory signals that are suggesting that there's interactions with these spike proteins with certain cancer genes, which has the possibility to cause or accelerate cancer. Now, I haven't seen that clinically yet, and I haven't seen a lot of clinical data with that yet, but I think we need to really keep our eyes open as something that could be a concern there. Because we know that this mRNA gene therapy and the vector vaccines, if you're perpetually giving them booster after booster after booster, you're creating a chronic inflammatory state. And we know that chronic inflammatory states can trigger cells to transform into cancer. So I'm not a real fan of perpetual boosters because I think it puts you at a higher risk of putting people at risk of cancer. Now, is there any data to support or refute this? At this point in time, no, but time will tell. But I can tell you one fact, and that is when that vaccine is in the body, it's irreversible, and you've crossed the Rubicon. And as Dr. Cole discussed, spike protein causes morbidity and mortality, and as we know, this is a genetically engineered gain-of-function protein that damages cells. And but whether it's by natural infection or vaccination, normal tissues get damaged. So particularly after achieving natural immunity, why would we want to repeatedly expose our bodies to more spike protein with additional doses or booster vaccines? Just naturally, when you get a natural infection, you get a small bolus of the virus, and the virus itself is your antigen-presenting cell. And when your body sees that, it sees it and develops antibodies against the whole enchilada. And so you get robust antibody response against that. And it's small and it can be taken care of by having the natural infection, as opposed to the vaccination, which is given as a bolus that creates high burden to where it goes to your cells and it tells your cells to be the antigen-presenting cell. So now instead of having the virus be the antigen-presenting cell, it's your normal cells that are the antigen-presenting cells making those spike proteins, and then you develop immune responses that go against your normal tissue, therefore causing disease and morbidity and clots and all the things that we see. And we know that those spike proteins are hanging around in the body for at least 15 months. So boosters after naturally acquired immunity, persons that are naturally acquired with immunity against COVID-19, they're at greater risk of having harm with vaccination. So the risk of hospitalization is greater. Vaccinated persons who recover from the infection really get negligible or no benefit and even possible harms from this. And there's at least 6 studies that support these statements. So as far as timing of vaccination, don't get the vaccination in proximity to your chemotherapy treatments. It just gives you a double whammy of side effects. And I can't tell you how many patients I've had over the past year or so, the past year that has come to my office and they said, well, Doc, I got my vaccination yesterday and I'm ready for chemo today, but I'm having fevers and I got headaches and I feel like crap, and it's like, well, you're not getting chemo today, So if you feel so compelled to get a vaccination, you need to coordinate that with your chemotherapy. But I want to tell you also that if you feel compelled to get a vaccination, you should consider taking drugs to help mitigate some of those toxicities. Vitamin D, vitamin C, NAC. And a lot of these drugs we give, off-label for treatment of cancer-related toxicities, but that includes keratin, alpha-lipoic acid to help protect your nerves, steroids, and aspirin. And a lot of people that are elderly tend to be on aspirin or anticoagulants for one reason or another. I'll say in general that the folks that are on anticoagulations maybe have had a serendipity of helping to prevent more clotting events from the spike protein by virtue of being on an anticoagulant. So I worry a lot that our U.S. Preventative Service Task Force just came out with recommendations that people don't need to take preventative aspirin anymore to protect their heart. By the way, the people that serve on that committee, there's a pediatrician on there, an OB-GYN, statistician. I don't remember seeing any cardiologist or cardiovascular guys or clotting guys, Dr. McCullough types on that committee making those decisions. But I worry that if people decide to follow those recommendations and not take, routine anticoagulation, that you're actually going to see more clotting events from vaccinations and boosters is my suspicion there. So there's a study that came out that basically shows, and we've seen this clinically, that COVID cases are not decreasing even though higher populations of people are being vaccinated. And so the conclusion of this study is that the sole reliance on vaccination as a primary strategy to mitigate COVID-19 and its adverse consequences needs to be re-examined. And they recommend that other pharmacologic and non-pharmacologic interventions need to be put in place. So that leads us to early treatment of the COVID-19. And so in general, if you develop COVID-like symptoms, it's too late at that time, and it's entirely ineffective to go get a vaccination at that time. And I think that happens a lot because I see a lot of folks, and if you look at the data in the literature, there are a lot of people that are quote, not fully vaccinated, that they got a vaccination, and 3 days later, they're in the hospital with symptoms and problems. And I think there's folks that are going, oh my gosh, I think I'm coming down with COVID symptoms, get a vaccine. Well, that's totally ineffective. And in fact, I'll argue that vaccine actually makes things worse because you're getting the infection from the virus and then you're putting a bolus of spike protein from the injection on top of that. So you're really doing people harm, and people are doing harm if they think that they're sick and they're taking a vaccination. But if you develop COVID-like symptoms as a cancer patient, do not tarry. If you test positive, you need to demand monoclonal antibody infusions with Regeneron and get it immediately. The sooner the better. And further, if you have a high-risk exposure as a cancer patient, so your spouse or a family member that you spend a lot of time face-to-face with, then it's important for you to demand to get the Regeneron infusion as a preventative, okay? And we know that there's an 84% response, and a lot of that response is durable for up to 8 months. In my opinion, the monoclonal antibody is far superior to the vaccination. So as far as early treatment, you need to make a treatment plan with your doctor in advance, okay? And if your doctor does not do COVID early treatment, then get them to get you to a referral to somebody that does. And if you don't have anybody in your community that can do that, they didn't show up very well, but there's websites that you can get, web-based doctors that can get you the therapy that you need. Dr. Vladimir Zelenko, who was the pioneer in doing the original multi-agent treatment for COVID patients in New York when this first came about, I thought he had a very interesting statement. He said the two strongest variables in your ability to survive COVID are the country where you live in and who your doctor is. And so in that context, and this was mentioned earlier, I think, by Dr. Artis, and so this is graphical representation of what it says. What he said is that the cumulative confirmed COVID-19 deaths in the world, we're number one. We are the worst country in the world. You live in the most dangerous country in the world of getting COVID virus. So when you see the United States at the top there, I will tell you that is a reflection of catastrophic policy problems with our healthcare leadership. And so that means we are doing something drastically wrong. And so those guys, and we know who they all are from the top to the bottom, those guys and those agencies, all those three-letter agencies that are involved with this and on those committees, they need to be terminated. And the problem is those policies get translated into doctors that are blindly following these policies, oftentimes because they're employed by big companies that tell them what to do. But I can tell you also that doctors are forced to do things that follow a protocol or a pathway that is not practicing real medicine of managing the patient. So you got to find a doctor that will manage your COVID appropriately. So in summary, I want to emphasize that there's no shame in taking the vaccine, but there's no shame in not taking the vaccine. This should be a personal, educated decision between the doctor and the patient, and not between the government and the patient. Okay? But I will say that there is shame on our government administration and medical societies for endorsing mandates on all people. We are all individuals. And I can tell you there's a big difference between a 75-year-old man that's immunosuppressed on therapy for multiple myeloma and a 10-year-old girl. You have to make individual decisions on what's best for those folks. Okay? So shame on vaccinating our children because they're not vulnerable. There's no risk on pharma. Pharma takes no risk on this. Pfizer has no risk. We're putting all the risk on our children. Shame on requiring vaccinations for employment. Okay, this is impacting people's livelihoods. When you take people out of their jobs, they lose their insurance. They then lose access to health care for them, their family, their children, and the next thing you know, you have flipped them in all those social determinants of health. You have flipped them into to check all the boxes that put them at high risk of having adverse health outcomes because you have terminated their employment. So shame on them. Shame on the numerous punitive actions that limit our participation in society. It's unbelievable. They started off with giving us carrots. Oh, go get the vaccination and you'll get a free taco and get a gift card and we'll put you in a raffle and all those kind of things. And we knew that they found out that people were too smart, for the carrots, and so now they're throwing the stick at us, and so people are having punitive actions to where you can't dine inside, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to a meeting, and so forth. And are you running me off the stage? Shame on you. So I'm almost done. One more slide after this. Shame on not acknowledging acquired natural immunity. Our CDC just recently published that they believe that there's 150 million Americans that are naturally immune. Okay? Those people should be able to freely function in society and do whatever they want. Okay? And so shame on the policymakers on that. And then shame on not endorsing early therapeutics. If you want to know why we've had hundreds of thousands of deaths and why we could have reduced that by 85% if we would have done early aggressive treatment with the McCullough regimen and other regimens, we have not done well at all offering early therapeutics for our patients. So too many unnecessary COVID deaths have occurred in our cancer patients. And I can tell you as an oncologist that there's been a catastrophic failure on our oncologists to offer multi-drug early therapeutics. And of all people, always oncologists have been fearless about giving novel therapies and treatments that are multi-agent, aggressive, toxic therapies, and we've always had the guts to give all kinds of therapies for the treatment of cancer. But in general, if you got COVID, the cancer centers, the cancer doctors, don't set foot in our cancer center. Go to the urgent care, go see your primary care, and, we're not going to manage you or treat you with good early interventions. Just go elsewhere. And if your lips turn blue, go to the hospital, and then we'll manage you from there. So, To emphasize, early treatment requires multi-drug therapy, just like we do in cancer. Single-agent chemotherapy doesn't often work, but if you combine multiple drugs together, they work better. That holds true for the treatment of COVID also. And so we're all putting our eggs in one basket, but without a doubt, the vaccine is not the panacea. We have to come up with other solutions to replace the vaccine. You can get over-the-counter pharmacy with the drugs listed there. And then there's prescription drugs that can be considered also, and that should be a shared decision with you and your physician. And those include combinations of all the drugs that you listed below, and we have doctors that are going to give expert discussion about those drugs. But just in general, in conclusion, as an N of one, as an individual, as you encounter and come across and you get COVID, you're going to have one of two outcomes. You're either going to have a good outcome or you're going to have a bad outcome, okay? And you have one chance of that. And if you're going to get a good outcome and give you the best statistical chance possible, you need to throw the kitchen sink at this and do everything possible. And you need to have early therapy, monoclonal antibody therapy, and so forth to try to keep you out of the hospitals and prevent death. Thank you.
Okay, so our time is kind of gone over, and what I want to do is let y'all take a 5-minute break right now, and we'll start back and let Dr. Stock start in 5 minutes, okay? And then we'll have Dr. McCullough at a little after 4. That sound good? Okay, if you guys can find your seats, please. If everybody can try to make their way back to their seats, we'll start up. It's like herding cats.
Let's start taking our seats, please. We're going to run way over time, and we're going to miss information if we don't get in our seats quickly. I know it's a quick break, but let's get things moving, please.
Thank you, sir. It works. The way they're holding the mic, so try to get it closer to you when you're using it.
Again, out in the lobby, if y'all will start making your way in so we can get started. The noise in the lobby will not allow the presenters to be heard in the room.
Herding cats?
Only you can get this place cooler. I asked
It's
them.
set at 68 degrees. It can't keep up with the 100-degree bodies in here. We got over 500 100-degree bodies in
Okay,
here.
but they took it from. They said they can't turn it down unless they talk.
68 degrees, 18, but the temperature is 73. Because we have 500 100-degree bodies in here. I mean, it is what it
I
is.
thought we were going to freeze them. So
Well, that's why it doesn't start cold, is because they know
Yeah,
that
they're going to warm up.
the room is going to warm up. Let's please move to our seats. Thank you. If you'll talk more into the mic, I can turn the gain down.
I will almost swallow it.
You don't have to swallow it unless you're just comfortable that way, but
I am so sorry to bother you, but as an elder,
how many people want Governor Abbott to call a fourth special session to end mandates? Now, the sooner you get back in here, the sooner we can give you all the information so you can call him and demand one.
Okay, if everybody's, go ahead and take a seat and we'll get started. I want to introduce Dr. Stock. He flew in from out of state, and it's an honor to have him here. Okay, I'm going to try. Thank you. I wanted to introduce Dr. Stock to you. He flew in from out of state to be here. He's a primary care and functional medicine doctor in Indiana. And he had a bold and well-researched presentation to a medical board that went viral. And so he had to jump into the ring at that point. He wasn't getting out. So that was another wake-up call to the public that the measures that were taken to control the pandemic were not about health, but control. And he's treated patients for years who have inflammatory disorders, and that makes treating COVID-19 a natural fit for his unique expertise. He's an independent thinker, and that's a valuable quality in today's society. Dr. Stock?
Thank you, everybody, but you've already played me the greatest compliment by asking me to come to Texas to speak beside someone like Peter McCulloch and Ryan Cole and Brian Artis. So this is a little overwhelming for a functional family medicine from Indiana, but I'm going to try and put out some understanding of how a functional doctor looks at theoretically and then specifically what you can do to prevent and treat COVID-19 other than the stuff you've been given right now. So the first thing I'd like everybody to know is something that I learned in medical school that's kind of different about COVID-19. If you look at rubella, 95% of people, I was told, if you get infected with rubella, 95% of people will get symptoms. So in the equation of disease, where disease equals pathogenicity of the bug versus the quality of the immune system, the big variable there is the pathogen, isn't it? Only 5% of people have a good enough immune system that they can get infected with rubella and get through without symptoms. But what I learned after I got out of medical school and started doing more research was that if you look at influenza and the common cold, it's actually 70% of people who get infected have no symptoms. And then, that's right. And then I found out it's the same number for COVID-19. So what does that tell you is the big difference? When 70% of people who get the infection have no symptoms and 30% of them do have symptoms, is the problem the pathogen? Is that where you're going to get the most traction, say with a vaccine or remdesivir, which aims at viral replication? Or you're more likely to get at something that tackles the whole problem of inflammation and the malfunction of your immune system? So I don't want anybody to get the idea that it's one or the other, all right? A lot of people in functional medicine think that, gosh, if it had a patent on it at one time or has one now, it's bad. And I'm a boring biochemistry guy, but I like to get down to, hey, what's the biochemical difference between that 70% who gets infected and doesn't even know they have it? I'm one of those, by the way. And that 30% who got infected and didn't have a very good time with it. So you should know what we call functional nutritional repletion assays, which is where we take some cells out of a human being and we say, hey, if I give you some more of this or some more of that, will you grow faster when I give you a grow signal, all right? And by doing these things, we can actually identify nutrient things that tell us that, hey, if we were to give you more of this, if you had more of this to begin with, you would actually have your cells grow faster. And do you know what we do those assays on? We do this on the lymphocytes, the immune system cells that actually are probably the primary thing in fighting a virus. So this isn't just theoretical. You should know that we've actually done studies, first of all in these studies where we took some of your immune system cells and say, hey, when we give you the signal that you've just got an infection around you and you need to respond, hey, you respond better if I give you some of this. But then also then did placebo-controlled randomized blinded trials in many of these things in human beings and showed, wow, you know, it does reduce the duration and degree of symptoms. So think about when you start thinking about we're going to prevent and treat a disease, that what we're going to do is make the immune system like that 30% more like the immune system of the 70%. So what kind of things do we have data on that do this? And I'd like to kind of start with the stuff we have the most shaky data on, all right? My favorite of those is selenium, which for my patients in prevention, and one of the things I'd like to tell people, I got pilloried by one of these fact-checking things because I made the brag that I treated 15 patients with COVID-19 and said, 15 people. I was like, you're right, I don't have the experience that Peter McCulloch does, right? But that's 15 people, 10 of whom were actually not my patients until they got sick with COVID-19. The other 5 were 5 of my 200 patients who didn't come down with symptoms. So that's 5 out of 200 people who, because we were doing some things before COVID-19 got to them, ended up more like that lucky 70%. So the first of those things is selenium, 200 to 400 micrograms a day, and for adults who are much bigger, I lean more towards the 400 a day. You should know that selenium is actually not just used to make thyroid hormone, but so that your cells use it right. And it's also used by your immune system cells so that your T cells develop into the Th1 or Th2 correctly, so they go to become cytotoxic T cells and mature, so that not your killer cells develop. So that's the first thing that I would have in all of my patients prophylactically. I do want people to know we don't have any data that says this works if you use it acutely in a patient. I do it for my patients acutely, but I don't want them to get down that Dan Stock says there's a placebo-controlled randomized blinded trial of selenium for that, because there isn't. By the way, in everything we're going to talk about today, understand that the sooner you get this under control, the better it does. The immune system has got a positive feedback system. When it gets stimulated to a point, it actually gets into a positive feedback loop about a week into it, where it's no longer, you don't even need the virus anymore. Your immune system and your inflammatory regulatory mechanisms are so broken, they'll go out of control and hurt you even if you don't have virus anymore. And so that's what we're trying to make sure we can do. Selenium isn't something that you probably get a lot of benefit using very early, but 204 micrograms a day is something that my patients who have very little problem with symptomatic COVID-19 are all doing. And then let's move up a step to something like zinc. So zinc has got so many things that it does with the immune system and even against viruses. It does both parts of that equation that I can't possibly go through all of those with you guys right now. But I think what I want people to understand about zinc is that this thing has been proven to be useful both in the acute setting, and I can tell you it works in the long-term setting. The doses are a little different between those things. Studies I've seen, placebo-controlled randomized blinded trials of zinc, about 30 to 50% effective, not only at reducing the duration and degree of symptoms, but the duration and degree of viral shed, which is better than I see with any vaccine product on the market right now. So the protocol that I use for my patients if they come in is, if they come in and say, Doc, I've not been taking any zinc at all, is 50 milligrams twice a day. Most of my patients are taking at least 25 milligrams a day chronically if they don't have acute symptoms. The key thing I want people to understand about zinc is how to test in the functional world that says, hey, your zinc is good enough. And in my book, that's with what's called a zinc taste latency test. We actually have a beautifully done study that says we can predict your response to zinc supplementation. If we have you take a 2% zinc sulfate solution, and you guys can Google and buy that online, and you take 5 milliliters or 1 teaspoon of that and you throw it in your mouth, and you count how many seconds it takes for you to taste something besides water. If your zinc level is adequate, you'll usually get a bitter metallic. Some people find it sweet, but what matters is that you taste something besides water in 5 seconds or less. And if that happens, then you actually will have very little benefit from extra zinc. So I will routinely tell my patients, start 50 milligrams twice a day, and in 5 days do a test, all right? And if you're not at that point yet, stay on 50 milligrams twice a day, and 5 days later do a test, and then you can slowly start bringing down the dose of that until you've got yourself so it's 5 seconds or less of zinc. And many people, when they start off with large doses, can drop their dose of that and get things down lower. Zinc, we talked about the cost of ivermectin versus doing vaccines. I can tell you the cost of zinc to do this is extremely low. I like to step that up a notch when somebody comes in and they've not been taking zinc and they have acute symptoms with hydroxychloroquine. That's hydroxychloroquine. One of the most wonderful things it does is actually make zinc move into the cell. Most of the zinc in your bloodstream, when you start taking it, will be on the outside of the cell where it doesn't do a lot of good. But you can move whatever zinc you have into the cell very quickly with hydroxychloroquine. So I'll do approximately 400 milligrams twice a day for the first day, and then 200 milligrams twice a day after that for 5 to 7 days until I see symptoms getting better. That's the other thing I would do in somebody who's getting both acute treatment. I don't use hydroxychloroquine prophylactically very much, although I guess you could. I understand they do it quite frequently in Africa. I think there's other things I prefer to use for prophylaxis in that. One of the other things I would recommend people consider using is iodine. Interestingly, when your body gets inflamed, the body actually tries to turn you into a state of hypothyroidism called tissue thyroid resistance. It's doing that on purpose because intracellular pathogens like viruses and bacteria like to actually use your own cell's machinery to reproduce. We're kind of trying to slow that down a little bit. But interestingly, your immune system cells can make their own thyroid hormone as long as they have adequate iodine because they don't want to slow their metabolism down. Your thyroid gland tends to be an iodine hog, and so it's a good idea if you're low on iodine, once you've made sure somebody has adequate zinc and adequate selenium, and I do want to stress to people that I never have any patient in my practice add in larger doses of iodine until I know they have adequate zinc and selenium function, because high doses of iodine without those things can actually cause a thyroid gland injury. But then yeah, that's right. So you heard me say that first, all right? This is why I want you to don't do this, go home and do this on your own. Guys, please find a physician who's trained in this. But after you've got sufficient zinc and selenium, then I'll have somebody start on iodine, 6.25 milligrams of an iodine-iodide combination. So that's another thing that you can do for prophylaxis. I understand from Dr. Brownstein this actually can be used acutely. I don't have any experience using it acutely. The risk of the thyroid is a long-term use of iodine problem, so I'm not going to contradict Dr. Brownstein. He knows much more about iodine function than I do. But it's one of the things that you can use prophylactically that works very well, and is why that large percentage of my population never gets symptoms from COVID-19. Another thing that I think people need to know about is iron sufficiency, and unfortunately many doctors have not been taught to test for iron in a very good way. They were taught the way I was in medical school, which is to measure a level of something called a ferritin level. The problem with ferritin is that just inflammation by itself drives ferritin up. Iron deficiency drives ferritin down. And so if you see somebody who's chronically inflamed, they can many times have a good-looking ferritin level despite having a very low amount of iron. And I am one of those people, by the way. As recovered from a bad inflammatory disease, I had a very good ferritin level and a very bad iron sufficiency. This data, by the way, has actually been replicated in people with congestive heart failure, people with anemia of chronic disease, and people with chronic renal failure, that shows us that ferritin is not a very good measurement of iron. Please forgive your physicians. It's not that they don't care. This is what they were taught to do. But even in the modern literature in those areas, they talk about a better way to measure this. One of the better ways is something called a soluble transferrin receptor blood test that can be done. By itself, it's better than ferritin alone, but if you take that soluble transferrin receptor and you divide it by the log to the base 10 of ferritin, you get something called an iron index. And that's actually our best single test that's been shown to predict not only that you will have low iron or good iron on your bone marrow biopsy, because the studies were actually backed up that way, but actually was able to predict who would get better if you gave them iron. If someone is low on iron, and I'm trying to make it so they won't end up with symptomatic COVID-19, it is important to know that iron is best taken on an empty stomach every other day, not daily. And that data also, we have randomized blinded trials to show. The reason for that is many people, when they're inflamed, they actually turn on a system that blocks iron absorption because your immune system's trying to keep iron away from the cooties so they can't use it. But the problem with that is if you run that system long term, then every time you can take a dose of iron, and that system will turn off iron absorption for the next 36 hours. So if you dump it in every day, you absorb iron on the first day and nothing for every day after that. That's right. For many people who have a lot of inflammation, you simply can't get iron to go in. That mechanism of blocking iron absorption simply won't work. And so we give people infusions of IV iron preparations. I've had them myself. They are actually a lot of the difference and make people feel better. And you can predict that with that iron index test. There's another test I like to do with that called a transferrin saturation, because there's a few people that the iron index misses that'll tell you they're good when they're not. And a transferrin saturation of 35% or higher will usually tell you that you're not going to benefit from iron. Again, not data that I have seen, which is randomized blinded trials of iron with COVID-19. But I have seen that we have data that says it makes immune system cells function better, and that inflammatory mechanisms regulate better when you have sufficient iron going into a problem like that. Now, iron is an acute treatment. I would tell everybody I don't think we have much data with, and because iron doesn't go up quick no matter what you do, I'm not really sure I'd give somebody an iron infusion, especially if you don't have things like zinc and selenium right. Iron can cause the same kind of problems that iodine can. But know that it's something that you can have your doctor check that will make it so you are less likely to get in problems if your immune system and your inflammatory mechanism have to go fight a cootie. Then let's move up to some stuff in acute treatment, which we actually have very, very good data on COVID-19 for, with enormous effect and very low side effects. My next favorite guy after that, I should mention inhaled steroids for anybody who's acutely symptomatic. And oral steroids as well. And again, as we've seen with monoclonal antibodies, steroids work better when used early in the process rather than late. Only about 30% effective, as I recall, once you're in the ICU, but am I right, Pete, with that number? But around 50 to 70% effective if you use them early on in this. And after that, ivermectin, God, why do we even have to talk about this? One of the things is the problem with trying to use the nutraceutical approach to getting your immune system working right is it's a slow-moving therapy. So when your functional doctor tells you, oh my God, never use anything that have a prescription, guys, that's not realistic. If I shoot you in the middle of your chest, you're going to need surgery or we're not going to get out of this, all right? So we're going to have to do some unnatural things. And among those things, ivermectin is a wonderful chemical. I can tell you from most of my patients, within 36 hours, symptoms are down 50% if I choose the right dose. And in fact, I even dose it in my patients that way, telling them, I'm going to start you on this dose because I think it's what you need. If you haven't had a 50% reduction of symptoms in 36 hours, call me and we'll double it. The only way I've found to injure anybody with ivermectin is to load it into a gun and shoot it at them. I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, things as horrible as the positive harm from these vaccines is, what I'm watching is a Tuskegee experiment go on in the United States where we deny people things that are very safe and very effective. And this is very difficult to watch as a doctor. Studies I've read with ivermectin, and these are placebo-controlled, randomized, blinded trials of ivermectin in acute therapy, used both early and late, because ivermectin is not just something that makes virus so it can't bind to the spike protein receptor. It's actually something that changes that inflammatory over-response that's going on in COVID-19. And I think everybody here, if you don't know already, you should know that what kills you in COVID-19 is not all of the cells in your body becoming infected with virus, rupturing open and dying. What you die from is an uncoordinated inflammatory response that tells every cell to go into something called cell danger response, where it quits doing its job right. That's right. You don't die because virus is filling up all your cells and killing them. Your own inflammatory regulation system is what's destroying your body. And ivermectin actually has been shown that it actually interferes with those out-of-control inflammatory processes, and does this with side effects that I can't distinguish from placebo. So I routinely use this in patients no matter what time they come into me. Prophylactically, I've actually seen a study done in COVID-19 nurses in the COVID-19 ward where they were randomized to either placebo or ivermectin to use twice a week for the first week and once a week thereafter, that was 100% effective at preventing symptomatic COVID-19. And this is a I know, you can only get so stupid for free. I believe it was 24 milligrams in that study, if I recall right. My starting dose for my patients is usually 24 to 48 milligrams, depending upon their severity and how many other things I have taken care of for them beforehand. I've seen doses up to 96 milligrams used in trials. But I would tell somebody, you can only get so stupid for free when you see something that's that cheap and that effective, that well studied, being used, or being sidelined, banned. I have on my phone the recording from a CVS pharmacist refusing to fill an ivermectin prescription for a patient that she had filled 3 weeks before for the very same patient, and admitting that it was a CVS corporate policy that made it so that she couldn't fill that. And I know Ryan Cole has one as well because I've listened to it. I'm seeing him shake his head back there. Yeah, I see. But ladies and gentlemen, let me make this even worse for you, because I have to tell you, when you're a functional family medicine doctor, my calling card is I'm a paste-eating geek. I wonder whether or not I could bore Peter McCulloch in a lecture or not. Because I really am that boring. And when you see chemistry lining up in a way like I see it line up with COVID-19, it gets you really sad. And let's talk about vitamin D. So first thing everybody here in the room needs to know is vitamin D is not a vitamin. All right, you don't get it from food. Almost everything in your body is being made by your skin when you're exposed to sunlight, unless you're taking a supplement. It really doesn't even function like a vitamin. It is what we call an autocoid prohormone. Your liver takes vitamin D and converts it to the active form, which is called 25-hydroxyvitamin D, or calcifediol. And that active form is actually taken up by cells and used to regulate multiple processes, including inflammation control and regulation, and the development of immune system cells and their proper maturation in the right type of cell at the right time. Very early on, well, I should take you back even to 2008, where we had data that showed in placebo-controlled randomized blinded trials in influenza that we could reduce the risk of symptoms, the duration of symptoms, degree of symptoms, and even the duration and degree of influenza shedding with vitamin D by itself. 30 to 70% in those trials, depending how you looked at. Now, I got to tell you, nobody has an expertometer, but if I was working at the NIH and the CDC, and I had somebody come rolling in with this new virus that was respiratorily transmitted, the first thing I'd want to do is say, wow, vitamin D is dirt cheap. It already prevents influenza. By the way, we have that data for the common cold as well. I would say the first thing I want to do is start doing this with people in COVID-19. Wasn't paid for by NIH or CDC, but there were trials done very early on with COVID-19 with vitamin D that showed that it reduced the duration and degree of symptoms, the duration and degree of viral shed. By actually making those things change. Very early on, we had data that if you made a plot of your risk of death versus your 25 hydroxy vitamin D blood level, that as your 25 hydroxy vitamin D level went higher from 0 to 55, your risk of death started off dropping linearly until it got to around 45, and around 45 it started to drop off, and it leveled off at a level of 55 or greater. And at that point, you had 1/4 the risk of dying from COVID-19 if your level was 55 or greater. Now, statistically, that strongly suggests that 75% of dying from COVID-19 is simply having inadequate 25 hydroxy vitamin D blood levels. Yeah, and guys, that's data from, I think, June of 2020 that we had that data. So there's a problem with vitamin D, and that is when you get really inflamed, your liver actually starts to lose some of the ability to convert vitamin D to that active form, all right? And in fact, some of the most sad studies I've seen done with vitamin D, one of them funded indirectly by your NIH, who, by the way, when it wants to fund a really bad study, it launders it through a group of other companies who then give it to the final person who's going to do the horrible research. But they'll take research into somebody who's already severely ill and in the intensive care unit and give them vitamin D versus placebo, usually dosing it in a bizarre dose schedule of one huge dose once and then never again repeated. To say that it doesn't work and to realize that when you're that inflamed, it's probably not going to work. All right, it'll have some effect, but if your liver's already in trouble, you're not going to turn it to the active form. So if I was an expert, I would have really liked to have seen somebody do a study where you say, hey, what we're going to do is take a group of people with COVID-19, divide them in half, and either give them dummy pills or the active form, 25 hydroxy vitamin D, bypass the liver. Your CDC and NIH didn't do that, but a hospital in Spain did. As a matter of fact, they took a group of people who were not already hospitalized with COVID-19. They were already on hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin. And that matters because if you're already trying to cure people with one other treatment, it makes the second treatment so that it doesn't look as good as it really would be if you used it alone. And so they took a group of 76 people with COVID-19, randomly divided them up, and 26 of them got placebo, and 50 of them got 25 hydroxy vitamin D in a dose of 532 micrograms on day 1, half the dose on day 3, another half the dose on day 7, and every week thereafter. It reduced the risk of progression to the intensive care unit by 90%. Yeah, that's right. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was so highly statistically significant that it actually had enough statistical power that they could ask the question, wow, did vitamin D work better on people who are thin versus obese, or normal blood pressure versus high blood pressure, or old versus young, diabetic or normal blood sugar? And they were able to do that analysis and come back and say it worked equally well in all of those settings. It even had an effect on death that was not statistically significant, but there were 2 deaths out of 26 in placebo and 0 out of 50 in the 25 hydroxy vitamin D group. Yeah. So now you understand when somebody comes into my practice and say, Doc, I feel good, well, everybody gets on whatever dose of vitamin D it takes to get your level at least greater than 55. I prefer in the 70s, and I'll tell you why I prefer in the 70s is vitamin D is consumed by the cell as it's running its regulatory mechanisms. So if you start off at 54.5, you may be able to start getting that level to drop as you get more inflamed. That dose is typically between 5,000 and 10,000 international units a day. But if you come in to me and you're acutely inflamed, gee, Doc, I've got COVID-19 today and I haven't been taking anything before I walked in. It's routine medical practice. I was taught in medical school, 50,000 international units a day for 3 straight days. and then 5,000 to 7,000 a day after that. Now, since that time, ladies and gentlemen, when we finally had data on 25-hydroxyvitamin D come out, and I have to tell you, the first thing I did after this study came out, I got online and found a chemical company that would sell it to my compounding pharmacist and called up my compounding pharmacist to say, how quickly can you make this up? It looks like the price with which you can buy it is you can get that treatment regimen for people for probably in the neighborhood of around $10 for the entire 2 weeks of treatment. And my compounding pharmacist told me, Dan, the FDA has already sent us a note that if we compound up something without a USP monograph, we'll get a $50,000 fine and lose our license. And the reason it doesn't have a USP monograph is several years ago, your FDA actually licensed a patent for 25-hydroxyvitamin D in a controlled release form called Rayaldi for secondary hyperparathyroidism, so it can't have a USP monograph, I'm told by my pharmacist friend. So you can still get Rayaldi to treat acutely with this. It's very expensive. But it's now actually sold online, and some of your pharmacies carry a product called D.Velop, V-E-L-O-P, which is 10 micrograms of 25-hydroxyvitamin D, that you don't have to even have a working liver to make this work, and I routinely start my patients off on 54 of those on day 1, 27 on day 3 and day 7, and every 7 days thereafter, checking levels to see if your level goes up greater than 55 or 70 after that. All of these things work better if they're started earlier on in treatment. And ladies and gentlemen, the idea from the FDA that you should go home and wait a week for 10 days until you need a ventilator, when the inflammatory regulatory mechanisms have already gone out of control and we're trying to cram it back, the genie back into the bottle, is the most disastrous advice you could be given. We have safe, effective treatment for this, prescription and non-prescription that are available. And if I could leave you with anything in the prevention of this, start early, find a doctor who will. If you can't do it on your own, it's better than sitting at home doing nothing. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Stock. I appreciate that. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Peter McCullough, who has earned the recognition as a legend in medicine. Seriously, he is a legend. When people in his community were falling ill at the start of the pandemic, he jumped into action to search for treatments, defying the medical establishment that instructed physicians to stand down and do nothing. He brought together world experts and clinicians to collect data and produce scientific papers detailing successful early treatment protocols. And the media and hospital overlords hit him hard, tried to get him down, but you can't keep a good man down. He got back up and he fought harder. He has a lot of love and compassion for humanity, and he's truly a kind soul with the heart of a lion. It's my honor to introduce to you Dr. Peter McCullough.
Thank you. Well, I want to extend my welcome and thanks to each and every one of you for attending. I want to see a show of hands. How many of you came a few weeks ago to the program? Okay, so about a third. There was a program held by the Catholic Diocese, and so we had Bishop Strickland and Dean Fournier, and we had 4 non-for-profit groups, and it was really terrific to see everyone come out in Tyler. And I had mentioned to Alex Jones, I was on Alex Jones down in Austin, and he had used the term scientific reawakening, that there really is now a reawakening. People, instead of, I was just checking the Cowboys score actually just for a second, and my phone went off, and I realized, I said, everyone's here instead of watching the Cowboys. People are here basically trying to learn about COVID, trying to learn more and figure out what's going on. I see people with their pads out and their pens. You know, part of this, I think, is survival and personal survival, but I think a lot of it is to try to get a better handle on probably the biggest development in our lifetime. There are many of us, I'm nearly 60, most of us in our lifetime, we were too small to really realize the implications of the Vietnam War and what have you. But after that, we were on easy streets for a long time until this hit. And then suddenly this threw us a curveball. I know it did for me. As introduced, I'm an internist and cardiologist. I trained in epidemiology at the University of Michigan. I've been in Dallas. I grew up in Dallas, went to Baylor undergrad, then UT Southwestern. I left for a long time at University of Washington in Seattle, then University of Michigan. And like many of the doctors that I've talked to, I've trained in the best places in the United States. And in many ways, I felt like I was prepared to do my part. So with this, let me jump into a more abbreviated version of what I showed on the long program a few weeks ago. And it's going to solidify, I think, concepts that were brought out by Dr. Cole and Dr. Stock and Dr. Page, and I think bring some of the data to light. And I'll make a few more comments, I think, on the sociological phenomenon. The first is regarding this biologic product, and I made this point before. Boy, there should be a public outrage on safety. If we had a car that was basically, having its wheels fall off, and we're having thousands of people die with this car, it would be on the news every morning, noon, and night. Dr. Cole used the example of 911. Heck, we can pick a modern example. A month or two ago, a condominium collapsed in Florida. 3 people were crushed in the bottom. That was a big deal. People said, who did the safety inspections? I got to tell you right now, every one of you should go and really bombard every single one of your representatives, bombard the FDA. Where is the report on safety on these vaccines? Where's the report of safety on remdesivir? You heard a really impassioned presentation by Dr. Artis on this. This is terribly important. I knew something was up early. I published this paper in The Hill. During the first wave of the pandemic, I was an advisor to about 12 committees in the congressional side, and then I testified for the Department of Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs late in 2020. But I put this marker down in the midsummer before any of the data came out in the vaccines, and I was telling America, I'm worried. This is a gamble. This is a giant gamble. We are swinging for the fences for a vaccine, and we are not putting the care and attention into treating sick patients now. And we saw so many of our sick seniors living out their last days of life when all this hubris was beginning to form on the vaccine. Here's the virus. The ball is the nucleocapsid. The red little buds, that's the spike protein. That's been the target of this gain-of-function research that was done in this Institute of Virology in Wuhan, China. I gave our director today, actually, and Senator Hall, a book by Peter Breggin. I'll show it later on, COVID-19 and the Global Predators, We Are the Prey. The research on making this spike protein deadly started at least in 2006. It's been going on for a long period of time. It's all about the spike protein. It's 1,200 amino acids, about a dozen glycosylation endpoints. It has some code written into it, some code of amino acid sequences homologous to HIV. Homologous to HIV. It has 2 segments, and it was adjusted to have one segment be able to lock into the human ACE receptor, have it cleaved by an enzyme called furin, an endogenous enzyme, and then have the virus invade the body. All of us have had colds with coronaviruses. It just hasn't invaded the body like this one. This one, by design and by research and in collaboration between U.S. and Chinese labs. It wasn't the funding that went to China. I've been to China 5 times. They got tons of money. They didn't need the funding. They needed the intellectual capability to make this spike protein and make the virus far more infectious and far more lethal. And it was done. And it was done. And when it was unleashed on us and unleashed on the world. And many have suffered because of the effects of the spike protein. The vaccines, as all the speakers have described, trick the body into making a run of the spike protein. Everything we've learned about the spike protein since the release of the vaccines is 100% bad. There's not a single good thing we've learned about the spike protein. And the original idea that we thought it was going to stay in the arm and it was going to be a limited exposure and all the things that Dr. Cole and the other doctors told you about is true, that the fact the vaccine goes everywhere in the body. And the spike protein is produced, it depends on the mosaic of cells that take up the genetic material and where the spike protein is produced. I flew here this morning from Florida, and I sat next to a couple, and they were looking on my slides as I was working on them. You know, people kind of look on the airplane, and they said, "Wow, are you a COVID expert?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I'm sort of." And then the woman was sitting in the middle. She was thinner. You know how in Southwest when you're kind of negotiating, and so she sat in the middle, and the husband was sitting on the inside, and he was kind of in a fetal position. He didn't look too good. And she said, "Well, my husband just took the booster." And I said, "Oh." So I had a chance to talk to him when he kind of was semi-conscious. He kind of came up, and I said, "Well, what does it feel like?" I said, "Is it about the same as shot 1 and shot 2? He goes, "It's so much worse." And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" He goes, "Well, I've got fever. I feel terrible. I got body aches." And he goes, "And the ringing in my ears is incessant, and the headache." And the wife was like, "Why?" And I said, "Well, it must be that it makes sense. Wherever the local production of the spike protein is, those are the organs that are being damaged." We know that there are great concerns regarding the spike protein and where it goes in the body. And again, to memorialize this, to let you know we did everything we could. In this paper, 57 authors, 17 countries, we put this paper together in March. There was a French group in March, a small lab in France that said, "We don't like what we're seeing. These vaccines are not going to really cause harm. Shut it down." Those guys were ahead of us. But Dr. Bruno from South America collaborated. This is South America, North America, and Europe together. We basically put this paper out to all the world governments. We specifically sent it to all the public health leaders and said, "We have questions. This is not looking good. We're concerned that there's a dangerous mechanism of action. This spike protein is not a benign thing. It's not like a tetanus shot where it's limited. This is a genetic run of the spike protein for an uncontrolled duration of time and for an uncontrolled quantity." And we now knew the spike protein was what was killing patients with COVID, and now we're going to re-expose people to this with a vaccine, that we didn't have the appropriate safety monitoring in place. We didn't exclude people in the public program that were excluded from the clinical trials, including pregnant women, women in childbearing potential, COVID recovered, suspected COVID recovered. We didn't have any ways of mitigating risk. Anytime a product comes on the market, there's a way of mitigating risk. And then Dr. Cole mentioned this paper, Ogata from Harvard, showed small number of individuals, but the real breaking news from this paper that came out after the release of the vaccine is now the spike protein is measurable in the human body durably for 2 weeks in most individuals, but in someone who had a delayed second shot was measurable for 29 days. The antibodies must dampen down the circulatory spike protein. What I'm telling you is the human body must produce this in tissues for many months afterwards. Many months afterwards. This is not something that someone would want to have in their body. I can tell you right now, if you had a tetanus shot and I told you the tetanus toxoid is in your body for months afterwards, it just would not be something that would be scientifically tractable. This paper was mentioned. Bruce Patterson, I had a chance to interview him on the McCullough Report. It's actually on this weekend. It's going to be replayed tonight. Bruce Patterson has told me, for sure, the spike protein in both the respiratory infection and after the vaccine is in the human body for a long time. Now, what this means is if you take a vaccine, shot 1 and shot 2, that's probably 15 months and 15 months of loading a spike protein. Now you take a booster every 6 months, it's going to be impossible to clear this stuff out of the human body. That's going to be the problem. It's going to be mathematically impossible. I was on Australian TV earlier this week, and Australia has purchased 14 doses per person. That's 7 years. That's 7 years of every 6 months. Canada has basically got 5 years worth. This is no joke. There's no way the human body on a mass scale is not going to become diseased in so many different areas. We have not had a safety review. We have not had an efficacy review. Everyone should be screaming about this to our stakeholders. You know, the program is run by the CDC and FDA. They are fundamentally responsible to us as Americans. They work for us. We don't work for them. They owe us a report. It turns out there's a winner and loser. By the way, I'll show you the data. The winner vaccine is Moderna. It actually has the best protection against COVID-19. It's 100 micrograms of messenger RNA. The loser is Johnson & Johnson. Pfizer's in between. But they should be telling, listen, if people are being mandated to take a shot, don't the people mandating the shot care to pick the best one? Is it just take a shot, any shot? I mean, this is the type of thing people should be really on edge, demanding tough conversations every single time, every single supervisor, every single board meeting. Where is the safety report on the vaccines? Where's the efficacy report? Americans owe this red box report. I presented it to leaders in Washington through the Heritage Foundation that things were going wrong. January 22nd, we were over the line in terms of deaths. If we would have had proper data safety monitoring, I do this as part of my academic job, I can tell you our program would have been shut down in February by excess mortality, and we would have said sorry, and we would have stopped it, just like the swine flu pandemic. We would not continue to race this up. Jessica Rose has published, this is in the peer-reviewed published literature, the early warning system for VAERS works. VAERS is working. Look at the warning in 2021. The warning, something is going on. Reports and deaths are skyrocketing. This is an early warning system telling our government leaders and our schools and our industries and our health systems that the vaccine program is going bad. This is not just the FDA and CDC. Every single boardroom that made a decision for a company mandate basically ignored this early warning system. They have committed what's called malfeasance. That's wrongdoing by those in position of authority. We do not ignore an early warning system on safety and put the public safety at risk. Every single vaccine mandate and whoever initiated that mandate has put their public at risk. It's a very important concept. You've seen the red box report. I won't go over it again. On the right side of the panel are all the organ injury syndromes that are now described from the spike protein. Every one of these syndromes have been described since the release of the vaccine. The deaths occur very tightly related to the vaccine. 50% within 48 hours, 80% within a week. We know from this analysis, independent analysis from McLachlan, he analyzed it with doctors that actually went through the vignettes and coded them back when we had 1,600 deaths. It's a long time. Randomly selected 250, coded them, and what they found is that 86% of the deaths had no other explanation outside of the vaccines. The vaccines were the proximate cause of death. There was nothing there. People walked in, they got a vaccine, and within a couple of days they died. In the analysis, they showed who was dying. And it's the same people who die of COVID. It is the seniors. The seniors are dying of the vaccine. The reason why none of you say, well, geez, I don't know anybody who died of the vaccine. Well, why don't you talk to people in senior homes and people who are in that elderly phase of life? They can't tolerate these big runs of spike protein just like they can't tolerate the vaccine. Ron Kostoff, looking at children but looked at all age groups, in this analysis published the trade-off. And he found that the novel best case scenario you could possibly have is to actually forego the vaccine. One is more likely to die with the vaccine at age 65 than take your chances getting COVID and die of COVID. This analysis was presented to the FDA in September and October for people in our circles who are the public presenters at the FDA, and it wasn't disputed. It wasn't disputed. It's not as if this is in the meeting minutes of the FDA testimony on vaccines. And to bring this to light, there are now obituaries written. This man, about my age, a little bit younger, in a sense, wrote his own obituary. He took the vaccine, and then what he writes is that he's in the hospital, he's had one of these terrible organ injury syndromes, he knows he's dying. At the very end, he says, you can ask my wife about it, but my advice is, if you're thinking about taking one of these vaccines, don't do it, unless you want to be suffer and hospitalized and die. These are happening. 18,000 of these in VAERS. About half are domestic, half are ex-US that get reported through other reporting systems. Dr. Page mentioned this blood disorder, VITT, vaccine-induced thrombocytopenic purpura, bleeding and clotting about the same time, 2 weeks after the vaccine. Here's another patient. This woman's from Seattle. She's a young mother. She's 37. She has no business taking the vaccine. The vaccine is going to be like a cold for her. Instead, now she's left her children and her husband because she's died of VITT. It's in her obituary. This is going to go on as long as we continue giving vaccines in our country. These obituaries are going to occur
more and more readily. It is a predictable thing. We've seen 18,000. It's not going to stop. As the boosters roll in, just like that sick person sitting next to me in the plane, it's going to happen. It's already been mentioned, there have been more childhood deaths with the vaccine than there have with COVID. Now, this idea of children getting specifically heart inflammation has become this horrific eventuality that so many parents are going to face if they submit their child to vaccination. We now know from this original publication that it's the pericytes, the support cells in the heart around blood vessels that are damaged directly by the spike protein. This is proof positive. The FDA agrees. The FDA put warnings on the vaccines, Pfizer and Moderna. The reading on the warnings for young parents should be, don't give your child a vaccine because it causes myocarditis. The FDA is saying that. Every school that said the children must be vaccinated by mandate, that school should be basically held accountable by the parents for directly causing harm. If someone pushes another person in front of a bus and the bus hits the person, that is effectively personal injury. The schools, by their mandates, are effectively causing personal injury to those unfortunate children who are suffering myocarditis. And Tracy Hogue agrees, UC Davis, this is a very good paper, VAERS and VSafe data. Now there are thousands of cases of myocarditis. The current tally is over 11,000. What she found is that 86% required hospitalization. Healthy boys have a considerably higher chances of being hospitalized with myocarditis than ever ending up in the hospital with COVID-19. It is in no way a favorable situation to try to put a child in the position of being a human shield. Do you know there's some grandparents that say they won't see their grandkids for Thanksgiving or Christmas unless they take the vaccine? That is placing loved ones in a human shield. What could come into the minds of people and have it centered on a vaccine where individuals now in their thought process are injuring their own loved ones? It's really an extraordinary thought. Tracy Hogue showed is explosive. Shot 2, that's where the spike is. That is boys way more than girls. And I reviewed this, by the way, prior to COVID, childhood myocarditis is predominantly in boys, and it must be something to do with androgen receptors. But the rates are astronomical. The rates she's seen in the current data are considerably higher than what the CDC has. The Koreans are worried. This paper just came out. This is a young Korean woman. She takes the vaccine. She develops dramatic, those of you in healthcare notice, dramatic ST segment elevations. She basically goes into complete pump failure. That EKG shows a flat line. She goes on ECMO, which is extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, and she's saved. She's saved. This is completely unnecessary, and it's directly related to the vaccine. This young man in Korea wasn't so lucky. It involved his conduction system. He had 5 days of chest pain. He died within 7 hours of coming to the Korean hospital. They do an autopsy, and it is myocarditis. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt that myocarditis will kill young people with the vaccine. That's the reason why Dr. Cole showed you 7 countries have taken it off and said, listen, Moderna for sure, we cannot be doing the high-dose Moderna in the children. It is over the line in terms of causing injury. Without protection, and without protecting using our pharmaceutical laws, there will be more harm. The pharmaceutical laws, in many ways, govern promotion and advertising. This is very important. You are protected as a public. You're protected from illegal and biased pharmaceutical advertising. So the pharmaceutical laws demand, when you're presented a product, that you're given the risks and the benefits. You know this because you see a TV commercial and it says, this and that, but warning, may cause this. Americans should be outraged that we have CNN commentators and a medical commentator, and listen, he went to University of Michigan too. He's a smart guy, but he is breaking the law. We cannot have people in positions of authority promote a product without presenting fair balance of safety and efficacy. Here they are seducing children into taking the vaccine on Sesame Street without any regard for harm, without even a single bit of remorse, no compunction. Really? When children, there will be some. Now, it will, of course, there'll be some giant number getting the vaccine. It'll be a smaller number that are injured. But when those are injured, historians will record this. And I can tell you, no reasonable, rational person would ever go on TV and do that. Even if they thought the vaccines were of benefit, they would be fair as a doctor and fair as a media commentator to fairly present the risks and benefits. It's immoral, it's unethical, it's illegal, and we should be outraged. Every person in this room should be outraged. The vaccines are not safe for human use. Let's just call it where it is. And Tess Lowry, she agrees. She agrees. Listen, this isn't just the American doctors here. This is in the UK. This is one of the leading doctors in the UK. This is the evidence-based consulting group in the UK. They are the lead consulting group to the World Health Organization. They have authority. They reviewed the yellow card system, just like our VAERS system. They found the exact same thing. You can see her conclusions. Stop the program. Stop the program. It's unsafe. We have to do a review. Something is going wrong. People in England are being injured and dying. It's the same thing. It's the same thing in Europe. It's not just an American problem. It's a worldwide problem. There have been citizen petitions into the FDA. Don't approve these. Don't approve them. And in fact, they are still not approved. You know that. They're not approved because the pharmaceutical companies aren't selling them. The insurance companies aren't getting a prior authorization or anything else. You're not buying them. And there's no full prescribing information on a package insert. They are all still experimental authorization. Anything that's experimental means technically the people who signed them are in research. No good doctor can either encourage or discourage research. We can't. 70% of my patients in practice in Dallas took the vaccine. I didn't encourage it and I didn't discourage it. I did my job. I was neutral. We are supposed to be neutral on research. If I had a diabetes study and I told a patient, listen, you have to be in my diabetes study. Matter of fact, I won't see you in my practice unless you're in my research study. Do you know I would be called before the Human Ethics Board and the Review Board? I'd be called before the FDA. Every doctor that has told a patient that they should take the vaccine and as a part of using their authority, apply pressure to that patient, has broken a fundamental code of ethics. It's called the Nuremberg Code. This is fundamental. And they have failed to present the risks and the benefits. That's failure of principle number 2. That's the Declaration of Helsinki. How many of you have been pressured by your doctor to take the vaccine? Go talk to him. Go talk to him. That is absolutely over the line. You can receive no pressure. It's a voluntary program. When you sign the consent, it says it's voluntary, and it says it's research, or it says investigational, every state in the United States. What people didn't expect is the vaccines may not work. And in fact, it was never discussed ahead of time that the vaccines didn't work. We never heard a backup plan from anybody about, what if the vaccines don't work? What do we do? We never heard that. This was one of these things, you knew it was going to be a double down, it was going to be a quadruple down, it was going to be an octuple down. Basically, this was going to be a double down phenomenon. Henry Ely, who's on our team, he's probably one of the brightest naturopathic doctors I've ever run into. I love Dr. Stock's presentation, how he just did it, which is really out of his memory, which is tremendous, on the role of nutraceuticals and vitamins and supplements and how robust that is in terms of managing COVID-19 and certainly combating the catabolic strain of the illness. And Henry's been a real leader there, but he's also been a leader in the data. And look what he's reporting on America Out Loud Talk Radio. We're up to 1 million vaccine injuries and 1 million vaccine failures at the same time. It's 1 million. It's a new landmark in the United States. Now we're up to about 185 million people in the United States have taken the vaccine. That means over 60% of the entire country and 80% of our seniors. Dr. Page said 90% of cancer patients. So I'm telling you, we have had a heavy penetrance of vaccines. It has not made a single whit of difference in COVID-19. We're now starting our third wave. It's going up again, and the vaccines are having no impact. Let's look at the data. I'm going to show you 2 papers on the vaccines. I had a chance to present with Scott Atlas last weekend. I had dinner with him. He was on the inside. He worked for President Trump. He was on the inside. And Scott made the case that the vaccines prevent death with COVID-19. Let's take a look at it. This is one of the largest studies in the United States from the VA, around 700,000 individuals. The left panel shows that the vaccines did have some prevention from people developing a positive PCR test. And you can see Moderna's the best, Pfizer's in between, and J&J's below. But look at the calendar date. On the calendar date in September, the protection falls off the cliff. Why? Because we have now nearly 100% Delta, and most people who took the vaccines are beyond their 6-month expiration. So as of September, we have fallen off of any protection of the vaccines, or at least substantial protection. That's going to explain our next rise. Now look at the next right panels. I divided them by age under 65 and age 65, but I want to show you a principle. Let's focus over 65. That's the people who can die with COVID-19. The first set of comparisons is people who basically have taken the vaccine, but they don't have COVID. Okay, so what I'm showing you right there is people who take the vaccine are more likely to live than people who don't take the vaccine. That's called selection bias. And you know this. All your really healthy friends and relatives, they took the vaccine because it was a good thing to do. And then other people, maybe those who were not so healthy or had other concerns, many of them didn't. So there is a component of selection bias. Now the other two comparisons actually show those who died PCR positive and negative. And let's just say for argument that they died of COVID. That's the treatment effect. What I'm telling you is the treatment effect of the vaccine on mortality, Scott Atlas is right, at least for a few months after the vaccine, is about 1% to 2%. It's a 1% to 2% population effect of reducing mortality. That is what we're getting out of the vaccines. They don't stop transmission, they don't stop the occurrence of COVID-19, but they do reduce death a little bit, at least for a few months. To be charitable, that's what they do. Now, the other big paper that was mentioned by Dr. Cole, and I'll show you the data, is this is Nordstrom. This is Sweden. Remember, Sweden was an open country. It was, no mandates. You could take the vaccine or not. They have a perfectly matched group of those who took the vaccine and those who didn't take the vaccine. They have Pfizer and they have Moderna. What this slide shows you is the protection out of the gate against symptomatic infection was good, 90%, but it fell off a cliff in about 6 months. Moderna fell considerably. You can see that Pfizer basically fell to about 23% protection. And everyone agrees now. There are 22 studies showing the vaccines run out of gas in 6 months. They all do. There's no argument here. The FDA agrees. We effectively now have the United States unvaccinated. Everyone who took the vaccine, because everyone took them early before we knew the safety signals. We are effectively unvaccinated. I'm going to make the case, and Dr. Urso is going to follow me, that we have to treat our way out of the pandemic. The vaccines can't save us. We're effectively unvaccinated. It doesn't matter how well the boosters are subscribed to or not. By the way, the uptake of boosters in the United States is minuscule. Now, this issue of people being in the hospital who are vaccinated, 2 good studies, Haver from the CDC and Fillmore from the VA. Through June, it was 23% of Americans in the hospital vaccinated. It's not 1% vaccinated, it's 23%. Why? Because the hospitals are not in any fair way checking the vaccine records or vaccine cards. People get admitted to the hospital, they don't bring their vaccine cards, and there's been an operating assumption that, in fact, everybody in the hospital is unvaccinated. It's not supported by the data. The current number now through August is 60% of Americans in the hospital vaccinated. We now know in the UK it's over 80% in the hospital vaccinated, Israel 90%, etc. So it will be the case the vaccinated are going to have their turn with COVID-19 because they're effectively not vaccinated anymore. The vaccines have run out of gas. We fooled with Mother Nature. This is the spike protein. It has modified to where the antibodies can't hit it as well. The spike protein is a single antigen with the vaccine. The natural infection, by the way, is 27 proteins, full T-cell immunity. The natural infection blows away the vaccine immunity, but even the vaccine immunity is too narrow, and it was too easy for the virus spike protein to mutate. We're 99% Delta. We've never had this before. And is Delta here to stay because the vaccines have made such a conducive environment for the virus to thrive. This study shows this, where in people coming down with COVID-19 undergoing testing, the viral loads in the nose and mouth are the same between the vaccinated and unvaccinated. And the right-hand panel shows they're equally as infectious with standard infectivity. So this idea that a vaccinated person can come in the workplace and have some special privileges and the unvaccinated can't, this is from the Wisconsin Department of Public Health. So any workplace rule that comes down should be strongly opposed that has any differential behavior towards vaccinated or unvaccinated, because the science, as I'm showing you, does not support it. We must pivot to early treatment. I showed America this at the historic Senate testimony in November. We should have had 4 pillars. If I was running the program in Washington, we would have had a team of doctors trying to prevent spread of the illness. We would have had a separate team focused on early treatment. The biggest gain is to reduce hospitalization and death. We would have had a team of inpatient doctors, and we would have figured this out. We wouldn't have railroaded remdesivir. We would have worked on inpatient strategies to treat people better. It's no fun being in the hospital. We want to do better there. And lastly, we would have had a team on vaccines. We never saw teams of doctors in Washington. All we saw is we saw the world collapsing down. We saw no international collaboration. Do you know in my field in cardiology, when we have a controversial topic, you know what we have? What's called Bethesda meetings. Bethesda, Maryland. We all go to Bethesda, independent doctors, FDA, CDC, American College of Cardiology, and we sit and we focus on a problem, we come up with a solution. Do you know there's never been a Bethesda meeting on COVID-19? Do you know someone from the federal government out of sight of selected Senate and congressional input and then state Senate? I've never scientifically been asked for my services in Washington to help America. What an absolute shame. And probably the most inflammatory thing I ever said on Fox News, I kind of went over the line, but they gave me reel after reel after reel of Anthony Fauci. I basically said, listen, America is looking at a medical dictator. And I can tell you, in the memory of Americans dating back to the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, the word dictator is a very bad word. And a dictator, a small dictator that rises up from a small position in the NIH to a position of power is so analogous to another small dictator. It is unmistakable what America is seeing. It's unmistakable what's going on. And the most shocking thing that Scott Atlas told me, I said, Scott, what is going on? You went in meetings with these people every day. He said, I showed up with papers. I showed up with analyses. I would do the exact same thing that what Dr. McCullough and his team would do. And he goes, they showed up with nothing. They showed up with nothing. They were grossly unprepared. They showed up just with their opinions. They had no grasp of the scientific concepts. They had never seen a COVID-19 patient. They had no desire to see a COVID-19 patient. They were dialing it in from WebEx. In fact, Walensky, who's still in charge of the CDC, was being grilled by a senator just last week and said, when is the CDC going to get off of WebEx and get into their offices and start meeting and making some damn decisions? Come on, all of you have been on WebEx. Half of us tune out. You got to be in a room. You got to look at some data. You have to feel the tension in the room, make some decisions, and find the best path forward for America. Our public health agencies have let us down. Jay Bhattacharya, who's in my team for Fox News, has said it over and over again. Our public health has basically fallen flat. Someone here mentioned Tuskegee. Someone mentioned Tuskegee. I had the privilege of going on TV with Diane Andrews, a wonderful woman in Baton Rouge, African American. She reminded me of Tuskegee. Tuskegee was 1932 to 1972. The CDC and the Public Health Service had a goal of studying syphilis. They recruited African American men who they knew had syphilis, half of them did not have syphilis. They were told they were going to be in a syphilis study, that they were going to give vitamins and supplements to prevent syphilis. They were never told their status, and they were followed. 1932 to 1972. Penicillin became available to treat syphilis in 1944, widely available in 1948. The CDC and the Public Health Agency actively suppressed the pharmacies for giving these African American men penicillin to treat their syphilis. They went on to pass it on to their spouses and then their children. In 1972, the program was stopped. There were hearings. There was no apology from the CDC. It finally took Bill Clinton in 1994 to say he's sorry to the families and offer compensation. Does this sound familiar to what our CDC is doing right now? I mean, we have to look at, it's been said that history repeats. And I can tell you in this case, it is obvious. And this is all at this point in time, the doctors are in charge. We have authority. Our public health agencies don't. And vaccinated or not, we are taking control of what should happen in America. We're going to every household in America. I can tell you, we're filling up ballrooms all over the country. vaccinated or not, we are treating patients. The seminal papers were published that basically used the precautionary principle. We used all available evidence. We used drugs with signals of benefit, acceptable safety, and put them into combinations. We approached the virus in terms of its multidimensional aspects. Dr. Urso is going to follow me on this and hammer this home. We have an approach to treat COVID-19. How many of you have had COVID-19 here? You know it. You either survived with no treatment because you're fit and strong and young, or some of you got some treatment. How many of you got some treatment to help you get through it? There you go. It's half. I showed the same show of hands when I was at University of Nebraska, and we had a buzzing, a huge venue in University of Nebraska right on campus, and you could hear the buzz in the room. Within 48 hours, the Surgeon General of Nebraska wrote up a brief and said, leave these doctors alone. They are going to use hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, all the tools that they have to treat patients compassionately and get them through the pandemic. The protocols are complicated, but I think Dr. Stock said it best, or Dr. Cole and others in Page. It's the kitchen sink. Joe Rogan got the kitchen sink. That is the correct way to do it. It takes a lot of drugs. It's not perfect. The Merck or Pfizer drug, are they going to be helpful to us? Sure. We'll look at them. They can add them into the program, but it takes multiple drugs. Dr. Urso is going to explain. I am high on the use of monoclonal antibodies. I have 2 patients this weekend out this way getting monoclonal antibodies, and the most recent one by GlaxoSmithKline is a winner. 85% reductions in hospitalization and death. This is a good way to kick off the program. It's my experience if we use monoclonal antibodies, many times we can forego ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. We use the other off-label drugs appropriately, and the Texas Medical Board and other medical boards that are starting to threaten doctors' licenses will be shown this over and over again. This is the FDA guidance that tells Americans that doctors should use drugs off-label to fulfill an unmet need, like COVID, which has killed 800,000 Americans. So I'm telling you, stick behind your doctors and encourage them to rely on the FDA guidance to tell us to do this. COVID-19 treatment guides, widely available, AAPSonline.org, American Frontline Doctors, other organizations. It's the only way we're going to clear out this pandemic. It should be fundamentally obvious now that we're going to clear this out. Italy's been doing this. They have great multi-drug treatment programs. Their Delta curve was a fraction. It was less than 25% of their pre-vaccination curve. Our Delta curve was 75%. We ran up the ladder again because we didn't crush it with early treatment. They got major cities down to 0 hospitalization. It works. These are data from Brian Proctor. 85% reductions in hospitalization and death with good comparative data. This is before the monoclonal antibodies and before widespread use of ivermectin. Anything in the nursing home works. All of you who have seniors in the nursing home, call the directors of the nursing home and say, what's your in-house protocol for COVID-19? Where are the monoclonal antibodies? Where's the hydroxychloroquine? Where's the ivermectin? Where's the steroids? Seniors should be treated in the nursing home early and get them through this miserable disease. Let's not have another senior untreated in the nursing home and get railroaded to the hospital and never see their family again. Okay, you can do that. It's been pointed out that half of you have already achieved natural immunity. 128 studies support it, and it was mentioned. We had to force this out of the CDC. They finally admit you can't get it again and pass it to somebody else. You're done. That means a lot of important things. That means no more masks. This is the FOIA request. For those who have recovered. That means that she's right. Diana Hirschberger's right. That means that COVID-recovered people going in and seeing their loved ones in the hospital, COVID-19. That means nursing home patients who've recovered don't have to go through lockdown anymore. There's been nursing home patients that have spent the last 6 months in solitary confinement, and they've already recovered from COVID. They've been tortured with this. There are children being tortured with masks. The estimates are now probably 80% of children have already had COVID. They're done. They're an immunologic buffer. Scott Ellis presented the data to America. School teachers are the safest profession from getting COVID-19 because the kids are such a buffer. Dr. Page mentioned if we vaccinate on top of COVID recovered, we cause harm. So the problem is, the reason why you're here is that freedom is at risk. In a sense, in so many ways, the vaccine is the extension of the kingdom of the beast, and you know it. and you can feel it. And that's the reason why you're here. You're here because you have eyes to see and ears to hear. It is so fundamentally obvious, and these people do here too. They can't spell these drugs, but they know it's wrong, that they need them. And I can tell you, people are on their knees in other countries. You're sitting here comfortably, but people are not comfortable elsewhere. Whatever's going on in the world, it's simultaneous, it's dark, and it's worse in many other countries. We never should ever have to sue to get decent care in the hospital. Let's not ever let this happen again. Everybody, first and foremost, on hospitalized patients, follow what Dr. Ardis says. Be aggressive, set the standards up front, and you tell the doctors, if they're not ready to rock and roll on treatment, that you're going to make something else happen. They have to understand shared decision-making is the rule in medicine. It's not doctors railroading patients into treatments and nihilistic approaches to medicine. The censorship at this point in time, break it. Break it. Whatever you see here, amplify it 16 times. 16 times. It's that important because the censorship right now is we're doing everything it possibly can. This is what I told Tucker Carlson. Everything is being worked to suppress anything on early treatment, anything on vaccine safety, to wildly promote the vaccine. And that's the Trusted News Initiative. Dr. Cole said this. This was organized. This was planned. They agreed in December to railroad the vaccine on you. This Trusted News Initiative is what's encouraging Sanjay Gupta to do such a horrific thing like seduce children into taking the vaccine without any presentation on safety. It's occurring in the medical literature, and it's wrong. And I've been the recipient of this. This is wrong. Everything is becoming corrupt. The medical literature is corrupt. The media is corrupt. Our educational systems are getting corrupt. Okay, this is really, really important. Our governmental services are getting corrupt, and we can't let it go. We must be relentless. Everybody here who can have a voice, get on the media and have a voice. Dr. Cole, myself, Dr. Ardis, we are doing, Bob Hall, we are doing everything we can, but we need you to have a voice. Many of you have positions in your schools, your churches, your community groups. Let's get after it. You've heard the concepts here. You've heard it a couple times. I think you're well-versed and well-supported. We'll give you every resource that you need. We cannot get to this. This is Melbourne a few days ago. They are absolutely, at this point in time, in a complete and total mental psychosis. They have no COVID there. Why are they locking themselves down? Why are they shooting rubber bullets to each other? They have no COVID. They have more vaccine deaths than COVID deaths, and it keeps going on. So I gave this book to our organizer, Dr. Hall. I encourage everybody. This is $15. This basically lays out so many of the connections about how this thing was created, planned, and then bestowed upon us, and in many ways gives us the punch power to get out of it. So I want to finish and conclude by saying COVID-19 is a global disaster. Its pathophysiology is complex. We now know this. The pre-hospital phase of care, like Dr. Stock said, is where it's all at. Early ambulatory treatment is the best hope in reducing hospitalization and death. The genetic vaccines at this point in time, unfavorable safety profile, they don't work well enough, and the censorship must be broken. I gave a presentation in Independence, Missouri, and this wonderful lady I met, Jan Allison, let me stay in a cabin out in the woods in rural Kansas, Independence, Kansas, I'm sorry. And I took a look at this picture, and look at the date on this, 2021. The angel has weighed out the risks and the benefits of the vaccine. Our country lays in the background, and we're going to roar like a lion. Okay? We have to. We have too much to stake. We have too much to stake. I'm telling you right now, some of us don't have that many years left. We got to end this thing. We can do it. We need to end this thing. Our call to action is drop these vaccine mandates immediately and then oppose them in every fiber of your body. Prohibit all forms of pressure, coercion, and threats of reprisal. Is no place for vaccine discrimination, nowhere. We need to pause Pfizer, Moderna, J&J for a thorough review. There's better vaccines coming. I think Novavax is going to be way better, potentially as a booster in our seniors. Begin vaccine injury treatment centers at major medical centers and begin to say we're sorry. We have got 1 million Americans that have been vaccinated and been injured. We need to say we're sorry, and a nationwide pivot to early treatment. Dr. Urso is going to take you from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. McCullough. Okay, the next speaker is Dr. Urso, and Dr. Urso is one of the key individuals who is organizing these regional events. I think he's very passionate about spreading the word, and not only that, but bringing it to your local doctors so that these guys aren't stretched thin trying to, get it to everybody. We need to have more recruits to help this effort. He is an ophthalmologist, and he's famous in the medical circles for inventing a wound healing drug. He is an intellectual with a noble character. He loves discussing pharmacology, and he'll talk drugs and pharmacology all day long, but he never loses sight of the human aspect of patient care. And his integrity is a welcome quality in a world of medicine that's been turned upside down. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, it's always great to follow Peter. We've been doing this a while, though. We did this in the Texas Senate and a few other places. Lots of calls online, so I'm kind of used to it. But I'm so thankful to be here. As we see, we're still in freedom. We're in Texas. That's right. We see that. So I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of the doctors, probably half the doctors in the country that are treating COVID are from Texas. So, and I want to say, God willing, I'm going to stay free. And I want you to think about that, because I want to pose a question to you. I was kind of listening to some of the things before I get into the details of this talk. The question is, are you going to be coerced? Are you going to be coerced? Are you going to stand for your children, your grandchildren? Because at the end of the day, that's what we're going to have to do. I'll tell you right now, you saw that in, I'm getting a little echo. You guys hear that? Yeah. Closer? How's that? Okay. So I think when we go forward from here, one of the big things we have to think about is, are we going to do something about it? Or are we going to do something about it? Because let me tell you this, they're not going to stop. This is not the stop. They're one shot, another shot, another shot. As you just heard, in Canada, they bought shots for the next 4 years. In other countries, they're buying shots. They're buying shots, and you're going to have to sign up for them. And if you don't, something's going to happen. I don't know what, but something's going to happen. It's not going to be good. They're going to come, all right, and they're going to get us work, school, travel. They don't want us to go to work, school, or travel without these shots in us. So I want everybody to be thinking about that, because as we go forward, you're going to have to stand up. And I actually urge you all in your local community, you have the grassroots effort here, and that's a big thing. But I'm telling you, if you have a big employer, organize around that big employer. If you have a big employer somewhere here, get a group together and start organizing around that employer, because they are going to mandate at some point, right? And if you have schools, don't count on the school board. I can tell you, that's not going to work. You can't count on those organizations. All the things that we hold dear, all the things that we thought are legislators, some are great. We've got Bob Hall. Bob, where are you? Bob should be the next governor, honestly. Bob, stand up for everybody, please. Come on. Yes, thank you. Bob's been a true hero through this whole thing. I mean, when we started up last year, I don't know if you guys know, but when it was March last year, Peter and I and others, we thought it was normal medicine at first. And we were going to come together, we're going to work together, or February, March, and we thought things were going to be normal. We'd get together and we'd figure this thing out together. And then they told us in March, right? This was the first sign that I thought something was weird. Because I told my guys in my clinic, I know this will sound funny, but in like March 10th, I said, we got to end this pandemic. I said, there's like 8 drugs, and I'm going to get the word out. This isn't going to be that hard. This is just a coronavirus. And I thought, we've got a good 8 things that I found that will work against this coronavirus. It said probably the area I'm pretty strong in, core competency is drug development, drug design. And I felt like we didn't need to go in a new direction. And for those who don't know, remdesivir, you heard Dr. Artis talk about it today. It's a horrible drug for a lot of ways. All right, I want to kind of talk about it before I get into slides. Why is it bad? Because the virus really doesn't replicate past day 8. So how could it work in the hospital at day 20? You guys know that? The virus doesn't replicate. It's found, so the culturing of the virus has occurred, and last year they went up to day 8 and they were able to culture virus. But the average, all the virus is dead about day 6. So remdesivir can't possibly work, and yet they're giving it. I consider that criminal. If you're a doctor and you're given a drug that can't possibly work, that's unconscionable, right? That's what's happening. And let me be fair about this. A lot of the doctors don't know what I just told you, all right? They actually don't know that. Respiratory viruses die very quickly. This one people did check, and they found at day 8. I'm sure if you cultured 1,000 people, you'd find a few that went to day 10, and most of the time with respiratory viruses, we give about a 10-day window, all right? But this is no different. So giving remdesivir is insane at day 15 and 20. It can't possibly work, right? So you shouldn't get it for 2 reasons. One, remdesivir, it kills viruses. It kills the replication cycle. It kills viruses, kills bacteria, kills cancer cells, and it kills your cells. So any cell that's replicating, it's not real specific. It's slightly specific to the viruses, but not really. So it actually has a chance to kill cells that are replicating. So we should never be giving it to cells that aren't replicating like in the virus. So this is what I'm talking about. This is the truth, all right? This is just a fact, and this is one of those things that gets hidden in all the messages. I have a pointer. Let me see if I can get forward. So, okay, our organization called globalcovidsummit.org, if you go to there, you'll see we have 14,000 docs that have signed on a document, including everyone here, I believe. And that document is a way for us to take a stand together because we're getting picked off. You know, you can think of Pierre Corey and Dr. McCullough and Dr. Malone as like, if you're a sports fan, like Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer and, you know, they're the big 3. You know, they're amazing physicians. They're amazing scientists. Peter, I don't know anybody, I don't know any 20 doctors who've written as much as Peter has. So, I mean, I'm not joking about it. It's like 800 papers. And I was at MD Anderson, and most of the people there that were really excellent had maybe 100 or 200. And what you're seeing is an attack on them because they're unassailable. Their academic resume is unassailable. So they're attacking them. And so we formed groups, in a sense. We've got Truth for Health. We've got the Global COVID Summit, America's Frontline Doctors. We're trying to group together so we can be stronger together. All right? And that's what we need you to do. Same thing. If you come in by alone, you're an ant. But if not, you're an ant pile. Or a lone bee, you're a beehive. As a beehive, you're stronger. You're not strong by yourself. So you need to organize together. That's really important. If we get one thing out of this whole meeting, that's the thing you need to do. Because they're not going to stop. All right? They're coming. They're locking down the whole world. They're going to try to lock down Texas. They're waiting on Texas. You know why they're waiting on Texas. All right, because they know that's not going to happen here very easily. Texans won't put up with that, all right? So, okay, so let me see. So here's the document basically that we drafted that basically talks about 3 points. Now, we believe in more, but it's hard. If you go for everything, you sometimes get nothing. So we want to go to legislatures and other people that can help us so we can get something. And so the core things are, do not vaccinate our children. Do not. Okay? You guys think we should vaccinate our children? No. All right, thank you. If you're naturally immune, how many people are naturally immune here? All right. They're trying to try to vaccinate us. That makes 0 sense. As you just heard, they just admitted that there's not a single person that they know of that was naturally immune that then transmitted the virus to someone else, right? And then third point we have is that we want physicians to be able to treat, right? So does it make any sense to say steroids? So we're talking about the disease, right? It's very simple. The disease, inflammation, and blood clots, right? Nobody dies in the first week. Does anybody know anybody who died in the first week? From the vaccine, maybe, but how about from the virus? No one. There's no one that I know of. People don't die from the virus infection. They die from inflammation, the cytokine storm. I don't have any more time left. All right, thanks. So, and I'll say this. So we're dealing with, we've got sort of cars and car parts, the virus, viral particles. People die from the viral particles. They die from inflammation. They die from blood clotting. So we need, how can it make sense not to use antithrombotics, aspirin, Eliquis, Xarelto, all these things to prevent blood clots, right? That makes sense as an outpatient, correct? Yeah, and then what about inflammation? We have lots of drugs for that, right? Now, I'm going to move forward a little bit. So this is a great quote because as Peter just said, we know they're lying. They know they are lying. They know we know they are lying. We know they know that we know that they are lying, but they're still lying. And this is what we have to deal with. So let me just say, what he just said about the Trusted News Initiative and all these things, it's hard. I can't imagine, and I know all my fellow doctors here can't imagine that we could sit up here and look you in the eye and tell you that these organizations are not truthful. It's a shock to me. I mean, it's a shock. If you told me 20 years ago I was going to be standing up here talking about this, I would have said, what planet are you on, you know? And this is what I'm saying. The CDC, the FDA, and the NIH is still saying there's no early treatment for except monoclonal antibodies, which we like. But they're still saying that to this day. Medical journals, they're creating a place where we can't. If we publish something, it gets retracted. So Dr. Rose and Dr. McCullough published a really great paper on myocarditis, and it had to be retracted to get it resubmitted. Lawsuit. All right, well, we're fighting. So he put a great paper out there, and it got retracted for no reason other than they didn't like the thing that was said, which was the truth, which was myocarditis is real. Vaccinated patients suffer from myocarditis. The myocarditis is deep and profound, much more than it is from the regular virus, and this is just truth. Does anybody here want truth? That's what we're giving you. So I want you to know this is the most important thing. We arm with the truth. All right, armed with the truth, then we need courage, right? Does anybody here have courage? I love it. All right, so if we go forward, right, we have to deal. I left one thing out. Hospitals, even insurers. So we're getting people coming back and telling us, oh, you wrote for ivermectin, we're going to kick you off of, well, I won't say Blue Cross Blue Shield, but they actually went after a few doctors, so I'm going to say it. I don't know if they're going to get kicked off, but because they wrote for ivermectin, they're getting looked at. They're going to get kicked off the insurance. Hospitals are kicking people out. Pierre Corey lost his third job. He's fantastic ICU, one of the top people in the country. He lost his job because of what he's doing here. Pharmacies won't fill our prescriptions. If you're a pharmacist, please, please consider what we're trying to do. We're trying to save lives. We're trying to save lives. Medical schools and medical associations. We had this new board came out, the Federal Association of State Medical Boards, out of nowhere. It came out of nowhere. And they are urging, they report, I think I'm on a bunch of places where they report me to make a complaint against me. So they are making complaints. They're just trying to make complaints. And then the board is obligated to look into those complaints. But in Texas, we have Senator Bob Hall. And so those complaints don't go very far. Sorry, Bob. All right, so you guys know about the Lancet study, right? The Harvard Lancet study. You know that this is the absolute epitome of lying and misinformation, right? But these are our premier organizations. Harvard, Lancet, complete fabrication. That's how deep this runs, right? This is a real thing. They actually put this out there. 93,000 patients, 671 hospitals, 6 continents. The data was completely fabricated. For what it's worth, the guy who collected the data had a topless dancer and a science fiction writer in his team. There's 4 doctors there, right? It's just disgusting. So they not only lie, they're just disgusting people. And this is who we're up against. We're up against evil. If you don't think it, the fact that I'm saying that is crazy. You're up against evil, and we're going to stamp out evil. So we'll put Klaus Schwab on notice. Anybody know Klaus Schwab? Great Reset. Let's get a tagline. What can we say back? Great Reset. What's some other tagline? Anybody have a good comeback for that? Okay. All right. Well, we'll think about it. And so sometimes the data, like if you just take the data and hold the data, you can create a graph like this to look like, in a sense, there's something going on. It's 15 deaths per 100K, straight line data, but you hold the data for a week or two, and you get this spike in the vaccine. This is kind of stuff that's happening. And then, as I said, we have trusted network of people that we know are great scientists, and they have, they've trotted out, everyone they can to kind of to make an influence our children. They're coming after our children. They want our children. They want our future. That's what they want. So I'm going to digress a little bit. Do masks work? No, masks can work. Okay? So there are masks. R99, R100, PAPRs, hazmat suits, right? I mean, they can work, right? Does a diaper work? No. All right. Does a bathing suit work? Does the N95 work? The answer is no. This doesn't work. There's a lot of studies that have been done. Dennis Rancourt did a great job. If you want to read this, Dennis did a great job summarizing all this data. These are the two studies where he's kind of laid it all out. And overall, there's like somewhere between 12 and 14 randomized controlled trials. And that's N95. N stands for non-oil resistant. 95 stands for 95% airborne particles. That stands for 0% of viruses, all right? They don't work for a lot of reasons, all right? The fact of the matter is, I wish they would work. We'd be over this and, it'd be nice if it worked, right? Because we'd be out of this last year. But unfortunately, they don't. And I'm not trying to knock people who wear them, because a lot of people are super scared. We all know that. So I wouldn't go out and fight with them. But really, it's to arrest people for wearing a mask makes no sense. The data, it's not good data. So it's not good data. We need to be data driven, right? So the data's on your side, okay? The data's on your side. If anybody needs help with school boards, reach out to us and we'll help you. And here's last year's study, a big Danish study. In the midst of the pandemic, masks did not work. So what about lockdowns? Locking down healthy people. Does anybody think locking down healthy people has ever been successful? Locking down healthy people, 87 regions of the world had no effect on death rates, locking down healthy people. Actually, on COVID deaths, but actually on overall deaths, it looks like when you lock people down, they get depressed. Does anybody have a loved one that was in a nursing home last year? Yeah, it was sad, right? So yeah, my dad had his 90th birthday, and he was sitting outside, and we sang to him outside, from the window. It was ridiculous. Then he died in the hospital with COVID. So it's the kind of thing where we look at this and we know that this is not right. Something is wrong with the world when you can't go and see your loved one in the nursing home. We cannot, I'm going to tell you right now, we've got to fight those things. Like Peter just said, we've got to stand up and fight that starting now. It's not right. We've got to be able to get in hospitals, care for our loved ones in the nursing homes, and that's something we don't have to wait on that. We should really push that forward, push the narrative. Don't get arrested, but push the narrative. So what about medications, all right? So you heard me talk about hydroxychloroquine, right? That it was that study. So hydroxychloroquine was killing people, right? Everyone knows it kills a lot of people, right? We know that? Okay. So this is my favorite. Ryan, should I tell them the side effects? Yeah, I'll tell you the side effects of hydroxychloroquine. Who wants to hear the side effects of hydroxychloroquine? Okay, good. All right. It lowers the glucose. It lowers the hemoglobin A1C. It lowers the cholesterol. It lowers all the inflammatory markers, D-dimer, sed-rate, C-reactive protein. It lowers the risk for stroke, lowers the risk for heart attack, lowers the risk for pulmonary embolus, decreases chronic kidney disease, improves atherosclerosis, improves your bone health, decreases atherosclerosis, improves your bone health. And there are now 96 clinical trials on clinicaltrials.gov, if you want to pull out your phones, clinicaltrials.gov, put hydroxychloroquine and cancer, and you'll find 96 trials going on for its use in autophagy inhibition for metastasis. So those are the side effects. Anybody want to try it maybe? Okay. And you heard all the stuff about ivermectin. You know, it's basically one of those drugs that's been one of the world's most safe medicines. We can barely find a single person who's died of ivermectin. I think it's less than 10 out of the 3 billion prescriptions that actually probably succumb to that drug. I mean, it's an incredibly safe drug. Anyway, the point of being is on early treatment, we've got a lot of interesting things. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, prednisone, cyproheptadine, famotidine, Singulair, monoclonal and fenofibrate and colchicine, they all decrease inflammation. All those things I just mentioned decrease inflammation. This is an inflammatory disease. That's why these drugs work. Okay? And then we've got stuff that affects the virus. Early on, if you get it, dutasteride. Fenofibrate does. Vitamin D is helpful in many ways. My favorite 3 vitamins are vitamin D, and vitamin D. But all these things, some of these affect blood clotting, right? So we have a lot of different weapons. Dr. McCullough has labeled it sequential multi-drug cocktail. And what that means is we use different things. Like if we have chemotherapy, if you ever known anybody who has chemotherapy, we don't just use one thing. So we found with Delta, we had to add more stuff. The viral loads were higher, and we really had to add more things in. And this is kind of a working thing of what we've done. As I talked about already, the virus, the viral particles, all that, that's all important in how we analyze what's happening. We don't use remdesivir. Now they're going to come out with another molnupiravir. They're going to use a protease inhibitor. These are drugs, these actually come from old drug lines, from HIV and cancer. And these drugs are well known to all of us. They're not new. They just add a little, draw a little happy face on them, and they put them back out there. So this is not great science that they're putting out there. They're basically repackaging things in a way that to us looks like great science. It's not great science. It's not great. They're not very creative. They're not. I'm sorry to say, but they're not creative. And so this is why this is creative, all right? Those are not creative because those cells, those nucleoside analogs, kill viruses, bacteria, cancer cells, and you. They kill everything, okay? They kill those things a little faster than they kill us. That's why you see people that have chemotherapy, they lose their hair, skin, and nails because they're killing the things that are replicating quickly. Oh, so the vaccine does provide immunity. Does everybody see? So it does provide immunity. So anybody asks you if it provides immunity, it does. So don't let them fool you. Where are the variants coming from? They're from the vaxxed people, correct? Or they're coming from the unvaxxed? Who's doing it? You guys actually know that, or are you just saying that? Okay. So when you give a drug, and it's very narrow, right? And we do this in the ICUs and in the hospitals. When you give a drug, things can escape around it. In the middle of a pandemic, you have high viral loads, and a lot of things have a chance to replicate, and maybe a mutant or two comes through and gets around the antibodies, right? And that's what's happening. So as the vaccination program goes on and you get up to a level, somewhere around 30, 40% or something, as that vaccine starts penetrating through the population, these mutations start arising. And this is normal. We should anticipate it. And I can tell you this. When you talk about lipid nanoparticles, all right, when you talk about that, we know, I always say they're like garlic. They go everywhere, all right? That's important to know. Because if you wonder why people with vaccine injury have so many symptoms, it's because the lipid nanoparticles are very slippery. It can get through tight junctions. It can get through the brain. It can get into the bone marrow, all right? It can get to the reproductive organs. It can get into a lot of places. And I'm going to tell you that this is important because, as we said, I heard somebody say earlier, Bruce Patterson found this you're still having spike around for a long time, months, 12 months, maybe even up to 15. So the vaccine and people who actually got the virus, these things can persist for quite a while. The problem with the vaccine is it's in other organs. The virus has a hard time getting to the brain. The virus has a hard time getting to reproductive organs. The virus has a hard time getting to the myocardium. But with these tight junctions being opened up by the lipid nanoparticles slipping through, the vaccine gets in places that the virus can't get to as well. That's a very important concept. So we talked about the immune escape. Actually, this paper, which talks about immune escape, recommends more vaccination at the end. The conclusion is more vaccination to cure it. So this is nonsense, because we're vaccinating and we will accelerate the disease if we keep vaccinating into this pandemic. If we keep vaccinating, we will accelerate the process as we go forward. And you heard it before, Dr. Cole talked about T cells, and it's basically the vaccine's getting into the nucleus, and it's creating damage to the DNA repair, which affects both T and B cell immunity. It's a big deal. It's like, like Dr. McCullough said, it's like the spike protein spiky, like HIV, and it's affecting immunity. All right? So this is where we're going. We're going with a vaccine that's actually affecting our immune system. It's affecting P53 and other tumor suppressor genes. My background's in oncology. That's not a good thing. If you affect those tumor suppressor genes, it won't be shocking to see increased tumors. We're starting to collate. There's 300,000 patients that come through my clinic every year. We're starting to collate the data to see how many people have had Bell's palsy, how many people have had shingles. We're looking to see that what we're seeing in the vaccine injured, a real rise in herpes virus family, Epstein-Barr, shingles, simplex. We're seeing these things rise up. And people are feeling bad after a vaccine. That may be their problem. And so that needs to be looked at. And we looked at it last Monday, not this Monday, but last Monday. I had 3 patients that came in with 2 with Epstein-Barr and 1 with herpes simplex reactivation by lab tests. And clinically, they were symptomatic. Now, here's a nice thing that shows you the SARS infection rates are higher among the fully vaccinated in every group over age 30. So we're starting to see that it's breaking through. It's not stopping infection. It's not stopping transmission. So how can it create safe workplaces and safe schools? It can't. I heard somebody say, Dr. McCullough said it was helping with deaths. Here's some new data that I think will coincide with what he said after. It only lasts for a very short period of time, very short period of time. And we're seeing here like 83% of people, this is in England, 83% of the people who died were vaccinated. Think about that. Is that on the regular news? It's 99%, right, are unvaxxed, right? This is the garbage that they're telling us. So what's neat about England has real granular data. Do we keep granular data here in the CDC? What did they do? They stopped tracking in May. You guys know that? They stopped tracking the data. So we don't have tracked data. We just have, hey, let's take a look at death certificates and see what we find. And let's ask the hospitals what they think. So they're just basically collecting a little data here and there, and then they throw out something and say, did you guys see the study? 20 times more people are dying here in Texas that are vaccinated versus something. You see that? Anybody see that? That's garbage data. That's not a study. It's completely unfair. If you try to send it to a peer review, it should be laughed at. And then, so, again, hard no on kids, all right? Your grandkids, your kids, we can't let this happen. It's up to us to stop it. We have to stop it. They're going to hurt our kids. They're going to take our future away, all right? And there's a good slide if you want to read it, but there's a lot of reasons why we shouldn't allow it. And the least of all is this, right? Here's you guys have probably seen this. Here's the Pfizer biodistribution study. Anybody seen this before? So this shows you that at 48 hours, a tremendous amount of this vaccine is, lipid nanoparticle, because they just looked at the lipid nanoparticle. It's carrying the spike protein normally. But the lipid nanoparticle goes to the ovaries and preferentially goes to the ovaries, adrenal glands, and other things. But this is what we're seeing. This is very dangerous. This is very dangerous. So this is why, for the most part, we've really got to stop this. And maybe that's Klaus Schwab there sending a sign to me. So, but are you coming to get me? She's coming to get me. It's okay. Can I go 2 more minutes? You guys okay with that? Okay. All right. So we see here that there's a big, you see here where the problems in the, if I could point down the bottom, there's 6 times more people that dropped out of the protocol in the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated. This isn't the kids, a really small study. If you ever get a chance, go online, listen to David Weissman talk about this. He's done a lot of science review, a lot like Dr. McCullough, but he's a PhD, so that's all he does. So it's very valuable to listen to what he has to say about the study on children. David Weissman, Wiseman. In children, you can see, now, is this an emergency in kids? This is how many kids are dying of COVID. It's around 400 or so. How many of those actually died with COVID? How many of COVID? It's almost 0 that died of COVID. All those kids had comorbidities. So when we look at this age group, right, it's 0.1 per 100,000. 0.1 per 100,000 in kids 5 to 11. We have 28 million kids 5 to 11. So if it goes perfect, we save 28 kids. But how many kids have had COVID already? And you do know they kept the COVID recovered out of the studies, right? They didn't put any. So for anybody who knows, if you had COVID already, you're kept out of the study. But are they trying to screen those kids? No, they're not. They're going to jab them regardless. Those are the kids that are going to have the worst results because you heard me say it, they retain an antigenic fingerprint of that virus for months, maybe 10, 12, 15 months. That means they're going to have a lot of circulating antibodies. They're young. They're very vigorous. You're going to produce a lot of spike protein because their cells are really healthy. It's going to be a massive war, and it's not a good thing. So, again, here's the numbers. So at this point, and this time, a few months ago, it was under 400. You see 50,000 children had died in the country. And, it was a small percentage of the kids died of COVID. Talking about myocarditis, I should have probably let Dr. McCullough probably talk on this, but I'm going to interject a little bit. What happens is these kids with the vaccine, especially these kids that are exercising, exercise can loosen up tight junctions in some organs. And these vaccines are getting through the pericytes where there's a lot of ACE2. Endothelial cells don't have a lot of ACE2 on them. And that's why you're not seeing the person who gets the vaccine, who gets the virus itself, have a lot of myocarditis. The people getting the vaccine are getting a lot of deep, profound myocarditis. Troponin levels, I'll just name them, up into the 30s and 40s. And normally from a heart attack, it might be 1 or 2 or something like that. Yeah, thanks. Dr. McCullough is shaking his head. I wanted to make sure he was. So that basically one of the things is very important to us to know that. These are profound injuries. Here's some numbers. 6 times more, 95% hospitalization rate. There's some thoughts that this is 397 cases that they try to underplay this in the media in a big way. This is a really serious disease, and these kids have potentially shortened lifespan. I mean, this is unconscionable. They are going to be more injured by the statistics. We already know ahead of time it's going to injure more kids than it could save. We already know. The data's right there in front of us. We don't have to let our kids go through this. And so that's why I urge you, we've got to go by good quality data, and we've got to stand up. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. It's going to be up to you to stop them. Again, we've talked about how it can affect the adaptive and innate immune responses. And that's basically one of the things you heard Dr. Cole talk about and Dr. McCullough. The spike protein is the pathogen. It causes all the damage. And if you see what's happening as the vaccination rates go up, I'll run through these. You can just look at these. Look what happens to the caseloads as the vaccination goes up. Just skyrocketing all over the world. These are all recent things that are going on all over the world. Vermont, Michigan, the cases are going up as vaccination rates go up. So as we talked about, transmission, there's no way that they can deny this. The studies are in. It doesn't stop transmission. And in fact, in some studies, the viral loads are higher in the vaccinated. Here we're starting to see, here's another thing you start looking for, which you may not find. All-cause mortality. All-cause mortality. At the end of the day, right, it's all-cause mortality. More and more people are dying. Our rates of all-cause mortality are going up this year. Does anybody think that's an accident? So you saw this data, 18,000, almost 19,000. You see all the deaths on the right. It dwarfs all the other years. Most of them are in that first week. So if it were happenstance, that chart would look very even. If the spike had nothing to do with it, it would just look even. 13 times, well, I'm almost done. 13 times increased risk for infection. If you had COVID already, you're much lower risk for getting the disease again. SARS-CoV-1 patients are still immune to SARS-CoV-2. Did everybody know that? How long and broad is that and durable is that immunity? Pretty darn good, right? It's only 78% similar. So you are protected likely for a very, very long time. They're going to need, let me say, all the people who already had this, they're going to need a new bioweapon for you guys. So, all right, and then, so these are the studies that basically corroborate that. This is the FOIA letter that says that they have no record of any person who has the disease already transmitting it to another person. So, and then children have already had the vaccine. Now here's the thing. When I say they're coming, all right? They're coming. In France, they just outlawed homeschooling, right? So, and that's already done in Germany about a year ago. They're going to do it here. They want to indoctrinate your children. They want your children. They want your children. So action plan, are we going to let them have our children? No. All right, stand up to them, okay? Stand up. It's Texas. We can beat them. And I thank you for letting me talk so long. Thank you very much.
Are we okay if we go over? Yeah, okay. All right, so we are, past the time that we had allotted for this, but if you guys are okay, we have an excellent 3-physician panel. Okay. And that panel is going to be moderated by none other than Senator Bob Hall. I know you can already tell that he has just been amazing in this pandemic. He's been amazing, and he's given a voice to physicians who were silenced over and over and over again and threatened. And for that, we really owe him a debt of gratitude. And I'm not going to waste any more time because we've already said a lot about him. We do appreciate Senator Hall. He's just been a hero in every way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Page, for the kind words. Appreciate that. And thank you all for being here and staying for all of this. I think it's worthwhile, don't you? Anybody learned anything? Well, now with what you know, you now have a responsibility to make sure others know about this. This is kind of like if you saw a fire in the back of a theater and you just quietly got up and walked out and left people there to burn. Can't do that. Now that you know, you have a responsibility to make sure that everybody you see, what you need to do is like what my wife Kay does when we're campaigning. She will wear a big campaign button and they find the longest line in Walmart so she can stand there and talk to people. So now when you go there, get in the longest line at the grocery store and Walmart and make sure, get you a badge on there that says, I hate vaccines, or something to get their attention. But anyway, got a great panel coming up. We got 3 doctors left, and I'm going to do a closing message for you. But we're going to start with Dr. Kat Lindley. Dr. Kat Lindley was born in Yugoslavia during Tito's leadership and has escaped Croatia one day before Balkan War in the 90s. She did her undergraduate work in medical school in Florida and now practices direct primary care family medicine in Parker County. She's a mom of 5, trustee on Bach ISD board, and president-elect of Texas AAPS, the greatest medical organization in the country. the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons. So, and Dr. Lindley is going to tell us about the similarities we're seeing with what's happening here to communism and early treatment in her practice. So, Dr. Lindley, come on up.
Thank you all for having me today. So I was born in Yugoslavia. I lived under Josip Broz Tito until I was 10 years old, and then we had like 10-year period of not knowing what's happening. And when I was 18, we knew that the war was going to happen, so my family urged me to leave, and I left one day before Split was attacked. I'm from Croatia, from Split. So I spent a few years in Italy, England, and eventually came to the United States. Went to medical school, got married, had children, and lived the American dream. Still live it, right? So when the whole thing happened in March, I really struggled. It just didn't make sense to me. I'm a family physician. When patients are sick, I go and take care of them. I go to my office, they come to me. But we were told, stay home, don't go to work. I worked in urgent care as well. And if the patient is really sick, just send them to the hospital. The whole thing didn't make sense. And then I started seeing these executive orders coming out of Michigan and some other states. And then the one that really got to me was, I always say it, is the Michigan governor. One day she decided that you cannot buy the seeds to go plant plants, right? And I was like, that doesn't make sense. At that point, we all knew vitamin D works. And I'm thinking, well, they can at least go outside, be in the sun, in fresh air. So it just didn't make any sense. And I had all these red flags, and I started telling to my friends, I'm like, this is it. This is how they get to us. This is out of Marx's playbook. And the way communism works, and it's not socialism. Socialism doesn't exist. Socialism is an idea of utopia where we all live happily ever after, hold hands and sing kumbaya. So socialism doesn't exist. It all leads to totalitarian regime, whereas communism or fascism. So, I was starting to tell my friends, so they make you fear something. Then they isolate you, and that's when they told us you can go to school, you can go to work, you can go to church. So you really can't talk amongst each other. You can't say, this doesn't make sense, what do we do? And then they promise something, some kind of false savior, Messiah, whatever, that's going to save us, and whether that's vaccines or whatever. So we all kind of have seen this playing out. And now what is happening, like Dr. Orsa, Dr. McCullen, and others talked about, we realized early on that some medications work. And we started using them. And then we started using some others that were working. But every time you find some, there is a roadblock. They're like, oh, you can't use that. If you use that, you're going to lose your license. Or, whatever. And in the meantime, we realized that it's working. It's helping people. And as physicians, that's our job. If we can't help people, who can? So everyone that's here today that you're going to hear talking, that's what we do. And I'm proud to be a part of this group. There's not many of us, and thank you. And I can tell you it's a struggle, because every day when you write a prescription or you take care of a patient, you go, is this going to be the day that someone's going to report me to a medical board for doing my job? So I appreciate being part of this group, and I want to let you guys know that we really care about our patients. The other thing that I think is very important, every one of you has to get involved. Whether you run for an office in your community, precinct chair, someone who's going to watch the next election, that's your job. You owe it to your family, you owe it to your children, and make sure that you do it. Go sign up. If that's talking to your neighbors about what's going on, and just holding a sign in front of business that's threatening people from losing their job, you need to do it. You're Americans. And this is the last thing I want to say. A country that's mandating something, it's not a free country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lindley, and we really appreciate you coming here and being here, a part of the American way. And now, Someone who's become a good friend over the last year and a half, been working together, Dr. Amy Offit. Dr. Amy Offit is an integrative physician, wife, mother of three, lifelong Texan, and advocate for patient health in Texas Hill Country for 21 years. She originally completed a family medicine residency practicing in rural community, then augmented her training with functional medicine training and a master's degree in integrative medicine, when she started to see a need for a bigger toolbox to better address the needs of her patients. Dr. Offit and her staff have treated approximately 2,600 patients with outpatient therapies for acute COVID illness with outcomes that are overwhelming support outpatient treatment. Dr. Offit, come up here and talk to us about you've spoken about public policy issues relating to informed consent, and we'd like your comments on the issues Texas are facing with the TMB and their newly formed policy of informed consent.
Thank you. Senator Hall, you're a hero to me, and so are all the other people that have spoken today. When I found out about this meeting, I saw the lineup and thought, what can I share among all of those other people who are speaking? And what just kept coming up in my prayers and thoughts was talking about true informed consent. And as I thought about it more, the term therapeutic privilege has come up. And what that term really means is therapeutic non-disclosure. And that is what is happening right now with us vaccinating all these, especially kids, but all of these patients. They're not getting true informed consent. They don't know the risks, the benefits, the alternatives, and they're not actually getting a choice. So just for fun this week, I went to the local pharmacy and walked in and said, hey, could I have a copy of your consent form for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines? That pharmacy doesn't do the other one. And they said, sure. And they reached under the counter and whipped out a single page for each vaccine. And I looked at it and I thought, actually the pharmacist was standing there and I said, is this it? She said, yeah, that's what we use. So I looked, it was a checklist that was really basic, and there was a place for a signature at the bottom that in really small print said that the patient had been offered to read the risk, benefits, alternatives, and had decided to get the vaccine. So it was a joke for a consent form. So I said, well, where's the rest of it, to the pharmacist? And she said, oh, we only print that if someone asks for it, and nobody ever does. So there's just a lot of work to be done to educate, to spread the word. And then I think the thing that has bothered me the most recently is the recommendation for the littles, the 5 to 11-year-old children. I don't know if you guys know this, but that is based on one study of about 2,200 kids. And the ACIP, which is the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, is made up of about 14 members who all vote to recommend or not recommend a vaccine. I would invite all of you to go look at that list of people and even think about reaching out to them, because they are all already biased in favor of what's going on right now. I don't think they've spent much time to really think about what they were doing. They actually said there's a high level of certainty amongst evidence grading for efficacy in this age group, because of the 2,200 kids, 19 kids in the study actually got COVID. And at first I thought, well, this is interesting. 3 of them were in the vax group and 16 were in the placebo group. And then I kept reading, and not one single child in the whole study went to the hospital. So we're basing this recommendation on a study where 0 patients went to the hospital, and they call that a high level of evidence. To me, your best protection against COVID is being 5 to 11 years old. And then the other level of evidence quoted in their recommendation is regarding safety, which to me is even more important, way more important than efficacy. They actually said their study has a very low certainty of safety. because their study was too small and too short. But they still made this recommendation. So that's the nitty-gritty of that particular recommendation. And I often tell my staff and my family that we're all whiners and complainers unless we attach a solution to a problem. And then we become problem solvers. And I love problem solvers. So what can I do? I plan to keep treating and educating and speaking when asked. And I also think we could all bombard the CDC, our state officials, our Texas Department of Health with questions like, why are we using those numbers for the study and recommending these vaccines for our kids? I think if enough people keep asking and keep bringing it up, eventually maybe things will shift. We can all talk to our kids. We can talk to our grandkids. Kids are smart, and kids will spread the word, and kids are some of the most, if you could get the message on TikTok and Instagram, like, we would have a lot more power. So having said all of that, I would just encourage you to take good care of yourself. I wanted to stack on Dr. Stock's earlier lecture that the healthier we are, the better we do when we get sick with anything. So that's our other thing we can do right now, right here, is make a commitment as a human to be healthy, to eat your vegetables, to get your sleep, to take care of your stress, connect with your family, your community, laugh once in a while, get some fresh air, some sunshine, and see a doctor who wants you to be healthy and strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. I like what you said about the 5 to 11-year-olds. So could I self-identify as a 10-year-old and get through this? So, I didn't think so. Okay. Our last doctor is another one that's become a good friend and has helped us out down in Austin in testifying. Dr. Angelina Farella is an independent solo practice practitioner, owner of a Bright Tomorrow Pediatrics in Webster, Texas since 2004. She was a chief resident in pediatrics at the University of Texas Medical Branch, honors graduate of Ross University School of Medicine, and did undergraduate study in biology at Rutgers University. She has also served on local, regional, and national medical committees, and she's been recognized by the AMA, that's okay, for a leadership award for young physicians, UTMB Teaching Award, and as a top doc of Houston for many years. So I'm honored to have Angelina Farella come up and talk to us for a moment here.
Thank you. I got that AMA award like back in 2006 or 7, so, because I was a young physician then and now I'm not. So, my name's Angie Farella. I am a pediatrician, and you have no idea how humble it is for me to be among Urzo and Artis and Dr. Page and even, I mean, it's just, and Dr. McCullough, and I'm like starstruck every time I walk in the room. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Dr. McCullough. And these people have become my really, really good friends because as a pediatrician, I live on an island and it's called Little Peopleville. And so I really love little people. And I want you to understand that I came up, I'm an independent solo practitioner. You may have heard me on Michael Berry say that I'm this podunk doc in a podunk town. And that's literally what I am. I have this very small, very homey, comfy practice. And every kid that walks in the door, I call them my kid, and moms and dads. And so they become family. So these are my family. And you have to understand what fired me up. What fired me up was that nothing made sense. I got involved in this really to find my people. When I heard what was going on, and I did a very basic search, and I found hydroxychloroquine, and I found vitamin D, which I have been recommending vitamin D for 15 years to my asthmatics, and any other patient that has any kind of upper respiratory or lower respiratory problem, like allergies and asthma, which is all over pediatrics. Then there was a reason that when I started hearing all this stuff, that nothing made sense. We are doctors, we take care of sick people, and they're telling sick people not to see their doctor. And I'm like, doesn't take a genius to figure this out. Something's wrong. This is wrong. And so, of course, I went to my office every day waiting for all these sick people to walk in my door that were little, and none of them showed up because little people are wonderful and they're immune. So I would tell people when I got close to them, I said, hey, if you have grandchildren or children, let them lick you because they confer immunity. True statement. So I couldn't understand why they closed the school. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, they actually put caution tape around the playgrounds by my house. Remember that? So I was actually going to go out there and like take all the caution tape down, but knowing me, the headline pediatrician arrested for, spreading COVID, probably wasn't something that I wanted to do, so I decided not to do that. But, so you have to understand, when this all came out, and I'm like, okay, I can use hydroxychloroquine on kids and pregnant mommies, this is awesome, we're gonna go forward, this is gonna be over in no time. And then it wasn't. And then I heard about the vaccine, which from the get-go, just from basic medical training, sounded to me like a really bad idea. It's a really bad idea. I love genetics. That was one of my favorite things. But I went into pediatrics instead. But it just didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Vaccines, I consider myself a vaccine expert. I have given out tens of thousands of vaccines in my practice over the last 25 years. Tens of thousands. I'm a vaccine expert. I've given more vaccine than anyone on the FDA, NIH, CDC combined, I promise. And yet, they fail to do what's right. Back in 1999, I was a doctor then, and rotavirus, I was a young doctor then, thank you, yes. I'm still young. I was in charge of walking around and going into the vaccine fridges to take out rotavirus vaccine because it was pulled off the market. And it was pulled off the market for 15 cases of something called intussusception, which is a telescoping of the intestine. It is not deadly ever because it's usually recognized really fast. Most of the time it reduces on its own, and with a very simple procedure, it could be reduced in children. It happened in a nursery, in a step-down unit of an ICU nursery, and that's what prompted the whole, like, we got to pull it off the shelves because it may cause intussusception. So I was like, at that time, I'm like, this is so cool. They really care about our kids. Think about it. I'm walking around pulling all this vaccine going, they really care about our kids and our kids' safety. Pulled it out of the fridges. Do you know it took over 5 years to get that vaccine back on the market? And conclusion was that vaccine did not cause intussusception. Okay? Fast forward, and I'm thinking, very early on, I saw a couple of thousand deaths, okay? And still I'm going, where's the red flag? Where's the red flag? Why hasn't this been paused? Couldn't understand it. Now that I see 18,000, it makes me literally physically ill. In 25 years as a pediatrician prior to 2020, I had exactly 0 vaccine deaths because I'm very anal retentive about asking people, have you had problems with vaccine within the family, or has the child had any problems with previous vaccine that has been given? Okay? I'm I ask that every single time. So I had 0 vaccine injury in my practice. I have 7 now. And I haven't even started with the 5-year-olds yet. So, 6 months ago, I was like, they're going to leave the kids alone. They're going to leave the kids alone because we see that the death rate for children is a few hundred kids. Comparatively speaking, they have a 99.997% survival rate. This doesn't make any sense. They're fine. Leave them alone. And when I testified with Senator Bob Hall, I was like, they're going to leave the kids alone. And then they didn't. And I was petrified. Because when I went to testify at the time, the kids weren't getting any vaccine. So no one under the age of 18 was getting the vaccine. And I testified to this point, and you've heard it multiple times, you don't give something to someone that you don't test it on in the original trials. And in the original trials, nobody that was pregnant, nor anyone that had had COVID, nor anyone that was under 18 was tested in the original trials. In the original trials. If you look at raw data, which I'm a raw data girl, okay, because like all those people are really smart and they know how to do all that percentage stuff, and I just go, I'm looking at raw data, and when I look at raw data and there's no difference between the placebo group and the group that got the shot, I'm thinking to myself, it doesn't work. You don't need to be a genius, you don't need to be a physician, you don't need to be a statistician, you don't need to be a CPA, you don't need to be any of those things. You need to have two eyeballs that can look at a piece of paper and see that there's no difference. And this is what's happening again, even within the 5 to 11-year-olds. We know the risk. I've been screaming about the risk for a long time about the myocarditis. When ACIP came up and said that myocarditis is mild in children, I almost had a heart attack myself, right then and there. I'm like, the word mild does not belong as a describer of myocarditis. There is no such thing as mild myocarditis. Can everyone understand that? Children don't get myocarditis except in extremely rare circumstances. Now we have children, 5,700 kids have heart disease now in 3 months. Count them, 3 months. 5,700 of our children now can never play ball. They can't run around their yard because they might get chest pain and drop dead because of something that someone else has told their parent or grandparent that they should fear that child. And therefore, they need this vaccine that is unproven. Unproven. And now our kids, we have at least probably close to 6,000 kids now that they will not live to their full life expectancy. Because the inflammation never goes away. And you don't have to ask, don't take that from me. Dr. McCullough is a heart expert. Dr. Mulhoon's a cardiac expert. These guys deal with this all the time. So could you imagine my rage when I saw that they were calling it mild myocarditis? Why wasn't this study halted immediately? Why? Why isn't this pulled off the market immediately? Do you know what their stop valve was? Guess what their stop valve was that they expected? Do you know how many myocarditis cases they expected? 9. 9. Let me repeat, there's 5,700 kids now. 9 was their stop valve. Corruption. This is Nuremberg. The boxcars are waiting for us. My mother survived the Holocaust. She told me never forget. My mom's been gone about 13 years now. But let me tell you something. She drummed in my thick skull. She said, don't you ever forget. At any moment, the boxcar will be coming for you too. And you know what? This is our time. We can no longer rely on the FDA, the CDC, the NIH. We cannot rely on our federal legislators. We cannot rely, as much as I love Bob Hall, we cannot rely on our state legislators anymore. When this started, I said, I'm starting with grassroots. I went to my churches around my area and went to the pastors and said, please let me protect you with prevention. Because if you close your church, we lose hope. And we will not lose hope in this country as long as this is the hill I'm dying on right here, people. This is my hill. We cannot, as a people, stand by and turn around when something uncomfortable is happening. I want you to start finding out those schools that are shooting up our kids, because that's called implied consent. It happened in Louisiana. They're shooting up children without their parents' consent. You talk to your kid, you tell them, don't you dare let anyone come near you. They all have phones now. My girls are in the back and they can tell you, if anyone comes near you with a sharp object, you get on that phone and you call me, because God help them, my name's going to be on that school. It will be on that school. I will sue so hard they won't even know what hit them. You need to explain this to your children. You need to explain this to your parents. You need to go to the school boards. Do you know what I do at the school board meetings every time I go? I do this. Do you know who our superintendent of schools is in my independent school district? Loudoun County's old superintendent. Aren't I lucky? Yeah, oh, yeah. Pretty cool, huh? We come from, I'm in Harris County, Galveston County. We kind of saddle that area. We are the most conservative area probably in the entire state. One of the cities in our little area has more 2A people in their town than in some counties, right? So how in the world did this man get into our independent school district? It was because we were blinded and we weren't paying attention, and he snuck in. And now he has CRT all over the place. Don't even get me started, because I might get hot now. So when you understand this, we have to do the same thing. We need to tell our parents, do not immunize your kids, because I've given up on I love you, Bob. I've given up on legislation because we know it's not going to work. The guys in the feds told me this past week, our hands are tied. No matter what we do, our hands are tied. Do you know that, I don't know what to call her, but she's an Italian. She's a Paisan, but I don't really like her that much because she's really not an Italian grandmother. She's the devil reincarnate. Her Highness Pelosi, she has actually put in some kind of point of order or something. I don't know. It's some mumbo jumbo that's political that I don't understand. And it has made the emergency go through January of 2023. Did you know that? We're going to be in because we asked, how do we stop the emergency? There is no emergency. It's done. We're finished. We're done. It's been over a long time ago. They said, oh, no. It's through January 2023, thank you to, Her Highness. So this is how we stop it. So I thought, how do we stop it? This is how we stop it. We have to stop it as individuals. We have to stop it as parents. We have to stop it as grandparents. We have to stop it as just good old-fashioned Americans. We have to stop it by not allowing another shot to go in another human being in the United States of America. That's how we stop it. God bless.
Well, hard to follow these acts. Gee whiz, I wish I'd have spoken first before it got started up here. But you don't have an excuse now. You've heard it all. And it's truly, the bottom line is we are at a truly defining moment in American history. This is something that has never happened to us before. If our government or businesses are allowed to continue forward the way they're going right now, requiring this experimental vaccine on adults or children, in violating our God-given individual rights, our Constitution that our founding fathers gave us, we might as well tear it up. It's meaningless. This is it. This is our Lexington Green, Gettysburg, Normandy, Iwo Jima, all rolled up in one. We have to stand and not cross the line. We must say no, no more, no vaccine. Now, God doesn't make a mistake. Nothing happens by accident. There's nobody that's here today that God didn't intend for them to be here. Now, you may not have thought so. You may have had something else you'd rather do, but you are here for a reason. You may not know what it is. I think I do. But you may not know for a while. American exceptionalism was not a mistake. God created this great country for a good reason. Our founding fathers worked hard to create a God-based government with Judeo-Christian values, and it is our job to uphold those. But we are failing it. We are failing miserably at doing this. Now, we all know how it's going to end because we've all read Revelation. But in the meantime, what are we going to do? The question we all need to ask is, if not me, who? And if not now, when? And the answer needs to be, here I am, God, send me. I don't think any of us want to be remembered as the first generations of Americans to leave a country worse than what we found it. But it's in a whole lot worse shape than what we inherited it right now. And God has blessed us way beyond anything that we deserve. And there's no question about it that our right stand with our Constitution and conservatism is clearly biblical. And if you don't really understand that, just check it out. Ecclesiastes 10:2. The heart of the righteous leans to the right, the heart of the wicked leans to the left. And in Matthew, he tells us he's going to put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. And he's there with us in the free enterprise system, because what did Jesus tell Peter when he went down to the shore? And Peter worked all night real hard at his small business, and he hadn't caught any fish. And Jesus told him, Peter, lower your net on the right side of the boat. I could go on. There's 147 more of those if you haven't found them out there. But we have to understand the primary purpose of our former Republican government is to simply protect individual rights, and it is not to provide free stuff. And the roots of our American exceptionalism and what God intended go all the way back to when before the first person set foot on the American soil. On the Mayflower Compact, we refer several times to the glory of God they were coming to this country. And in our Declaration of Independence, we refer to our Creator with certain inalienable rights, in which we later enshrine in our Constitution. It doesn't give us those rights. God gave them to us. And without liberty, there is no life and there is no pursuit of happiness. What I'm talking about with liberty, what we're talking about for a government is living in government, physical responsibility, personal responsibility, our free markets, our individual rights of freedom of religion, speech, the press, assembly, petition the government, self-defense, and to own property. Without those, we have no life. There's one of our real heroes, Ronald Reagan, who said, freedom is never more than one generation from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we'll spend our sunset years telling our children what it was once like to live in the United States where men and women were free. And Benjamin Franklin, in answering the question, what kind of government did you give us? He said, a republic, if you can keep it. Folks, we got a lot of work to do if we expect to keep this republic. And what are we willing to sacrifice to do? But the quotation that really stirs my heart was one that was made by Winston Churchill in World War II when things looked really dark. He said, if you will not fight when you can easily win without bloodshed, if you will not fight when your victory is sure and not too costly, you may come to the moment when you will have to fight with all the odds against you and only a precarious chance of winning. There may be even a worse case. You may have to fight when there is no hope of victory, because it is better to perish than to live as slaves. For me, I can tell you this, I had rather die fighting on my feet for liberty than to live on my knees begging for the government's permission to exercise my God-given rights. We have generations and generations who have fought and sacrificed and died to preserve American exceptionalism. In his book, Ali Masters wrote in his book, Beyond the Golden Door, and Ali Masters was born a Pakistani Muslim, but he came to the United States, went to school here in Dallas, and became a Christian. And he later wrote in his book, in one of the most profound statements, and he said that Americans do not really appreciate the liberty they have because they've never lost it. Folks, we are on the precipice of doing just that, because if they get away with what they're doing, we allow this to happen, and it can only happen because we allow it to happen. We will lose liberty forever, and our children will never know what it is. They're coming after us. We've got the liberals, the socialists, the communists, and the left for their radical programs of global climate change, green energy, critical race theory, equity, inclusion, diversity, 1619 Project, transgender mutilation, victimology, same-sex marriages, woke ideologies, guaranteed income, and free everything for everyone. They will destroy our country and the last bastion of freedom. If Texas falls, America falls. And where are we going to go if Texas falls? New York? California? No. It is time to stand. Now, 185 years ago, a ragtag gang called the Texas Army, which is basically the Tea Party or the grassroots of Texas today, had lost battle after battle from the Alamo to Goliad, Concepcion, Bear. They were on the run. Santa Ana outnumbered them, outgunned them 2-1. They ran until they couldn't run anymore. And on April 21st, 1836, they found themselves trapped between the Army, a swamp, and Buffalo Bayou. And Houston decided that their only option was to stand and attack. Anybody recognize the name Emily West? Yellow Rose of Texas, their secret weapon. Let them know that the Mexican army became so complacent that they took a siesta every afternoon. And so they were going to take a siesta and then attack the next day. Well, Houston decided to attack. And in 17 minutes, 16 or 18, depending on which book you read, they annihilated them. They killed 630, wounded 208, captured 730, twice their number. And it was a defining moment for Texas. And just like we are today, we are at that defining moment. The Alamo set the stage, and San Jacinto finished it because Texans would not back down. Freedom came to Texas because Texans would never, never, never quit. They had the courage to face a superior enemy with a tyrannical government, anything somewhat like what we're facing today. The liberal, socialist, communist, Democrats are coming after us, and we have nowhere to go. So if it's not us, who's it going to be? And if it's not now, when? Victory or death is not a trite mantra. It's what we must adopt. I took an oath twice, not once but twice. Once when I joined the Air Force, and again when I became a senator, to protect the people of the great state and our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I made a promise, and I firmly believe that promises made must be promises kept. And what you do is totally up to you, but I will continue to keep that promise I made and protect our conservative principles. And if you don't remember anything else I have to say today here, remember this, and it's why we must fight to preserve liberty for future generations. One, our God is the creator and there is no other God. We must return to being a Christian nation, and our purpose of our government is to protect liberty, not to provide free stuff. So it is time to get prayed up. It is time to stand up. It is time to speak up. It is time to act up. And I promise you, I will never, never quit this fight. I will not back up, back down, backslide. I will stand and fight for the principles of liberty for all, with every fiber of my body, that marrow in my bones, till my last warm breath leaves my cold, stiff, dead body. So help me God. And I hope you will join me in that fight. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. If we had 30 other senators like you, Texas Capitol needs more men like Bob Hall, and women with that same spirit. So let me tell you, I'm about to give you homework. Grassroots America has been down at the Capitol. We have people all over this state that has been down at the Capitol trying to get your state officials to pass a ban on vaccine mandates. So let me tell you, they were in session for 140 days and couldn't get it done. Then they had 3 special sessions, 30 days each, and they couldn't get it done. Now, I'm going to tell you something about government, because I have been messing around trying to reform government for almost 30 years. I've been an unpaid volunteer for the sake of liberty. Now, that does not make me any better from anybody else, but it just does mean that I'm very determined. So let me tell you this is the gospel truth about your elected officials. They do what they want to do, and they get done what they want to get done. Now, it's our job to make them desperately want to do this. That's our job. How many people in here have called Greg Abbott? Well, I like that, but a bunch of you haven't. And if you have called, you need to call again. So up here, you can take a picture of this. We will stay in this room until everybody gets a shot of this picture. But do you see that top name up there? Steve Munisteri. Steve Munisteri is Governor Abbott's senior policy advisor, and he works for the campaign. The best time to talk to an elected official about doing the right job that you hired them at the ballot box to do in the first place is to remind them what their job is when they are wanting you to vote for them again. Now, Abbott is on the ballot in 2022 for the March 1st primary. And he has some stout competition that if you don't know what that competition is, before too long, you're going to hear a whole lot more about that competition. So I'm telling you right now, you need to email Steve Munisteri. You need to call him. He desperately needs to hear from you. You need to tell him that his boss needs to call a 4th special session of the Texas legislature to get this one thing done. Because if you give those people more than one thing to do, they can't do it. They're unlike mamas who do a bunch of jobs at one time. So I will say, you've got to do all these things. For our social media warriors, you see where you can tag Abbott and talk to Abbott? You need to be doing all of those things. Because, you know what? They could not protect children from sex change butchery. They couldn't pass a ban on vaccine mandates. They won't stand up to the Texas Association of Business, the National Federation of Independent Business Texas, and a whole stream of special interest groups like the Texas Retail Association, Restaurant Association. All of those people are working against you. And you need to find out if you belong to a chamber of commerce. You need to ask them if they are working for Joe Biden or if they're working for you. Because those people stopped a bill that we had going that would have banned vaccine mandates in the state of Texas. They did. And I can prove it to you if you don't believe me. I got the facts. But you know what they did pass? A bill that would ban tethering dogs. Now, I like a little puppy and a woof woof like anybody. But I'm going to tell you what, our children are more important than that. So we work on a whole lot of things. We do everything we can to protect your gun rights, protect your rights as children. But I'm telling you on this one thing, you need to get busy on this homework and don't be distracted by Thanksgiving. You need to get on this first thing in the morning. And you need to send this information to everybody you know that gives a flip about liberty. Because I'm going to tell you, if you knew some of the things that I know, and my friends sitting here on the front row that are part of the Texas Conservative Mamas, if you knew what we knew, you couldn't go to sleep at night unless you knew the Lord Jesus Christ is your Savior. That's the only way I get to sleep. So now I hope you all will go out of this room remembering everything that these great doctors have told you today. This was science today. The rest of it is fake. We need to set our neighbors free from propaganda. And thank you, doctors. We will pray for all of you. Thank God for you. Thank God for you. Thank y'all for being here.